Chapter 216. Captain Kuss, who was squatting next to the stall, had finished selling his collected and dried crinoline and some leather bags made of fish skin. At this time, he squatted next to Keys and said with some envy, "If this goes on, you will be able to collect all the wood needed to build a new ship in less than 2 days." He was right. The bone carvings brought by the young blue dragon were particularly popular. The hard-headed trout skull used to carve this kind of ornament looked and felt very similar to the protruding teeth of an ancient edge-tooth elephant that had gone extinct in the island world. It was an extremely expensive ornament material, and often only the hunchback nobles could afford it. At Keys's stall, this kind of small bone carvings could be exchanged for some ordinary wood that was abundant in the central oasis. Naturally, the hunchbacks were scrambling for it. Of course, the hard-headed trout skull was not the only hot commodity in the market. Unlike some of the older merchants, the young hunchback warriors preferred those steel coins that could be smelted into weapons and armor. It was just that the circular base also had a demand for materials such as steel, so the supply was not much. At most, each stall would have a few dozen in stock for sale. Proud Twin Peaks was also looking for enough steel coins. Like some other hunchbacks, he was also looking for these metal items produced by the disappeared human empire from stall to stall. He already had a halberd made of steel, which allowed him to repeatedly achieve good results in the tournament. However, the armor on his body was still the traditional hunchback armor made of copper pieces strung together with leather rope. It was heavy and not easy to maintain. Therefore, the young Twin Peaks aristocrat wanted to collect enough steel coins to upgrade his armor. Truth be told, as a child of a noble family with 2 peaks, he could have obtained a rare resource such as steel from the gifts of his elders. That was how he obtained the materials to forge the steel halberd from his Twin Peaks. However, he was already an adult last year. Accepting gifts was neither in line with the hunchback's tradition nor honorable. Moreover, his teacher, Girsen, valued this very much. If he dared to disobey, the consequences would be that all the efforts he had put in to become Girsen's disciple would be in vain. "What is this?" A question attracted the attention of Keys, who was observing Proud Twin Peaks. "Is it some kind of fresh food with a special flavor? Or is it a material that can be used to make some items?" The hunchback who spoke was wearing a hooded robe. When he moved slightly, there would be a faint sound of metal rubbing against each other. He should be wearing a set of chain mail. He was much taller than a normal hunchback, almost as tall as Keys's ogre companions. One of his eyes was dark, as if he had been blinded by a sharp weapon or a claw. His right hand was leaning on a straight staff made of beech wood, and a copper-tipped hammer was hanging from his waist. Who else could it be but Girsen? The item that the old hunchback was inquiring about was the papyrus that the stall had yet to sell. This made the young blue dragon quite curious. "This is papyrus. It can be used for writing and painting," Keys said as he picked up a piece of blackened charcoal. He wanted to write some words, but he remembered the poor literacy rate of the island world. The number of people who knew how to write was almost 0, so he decided to draw some images for demonstration instead. With patience and some skills, you can express the meaning you want to convey on the papyrus. "You're drawing flowers, no windmills?" The young blue dragon's drawing skills were comparable to his shooting skills, so after picking up his work, Girsen took a while to identify the abstract geometric figures on the papyrus. The famous Twin Peaks aristocrat in the Hunchback Empire was not annoyed. Instead, he rolled up the papyrus with great interest and weighed it with one hand. Then he pulled out a small piece of papyrus stem from the paper and tasted it in his mouth. "How much does this paper cost?" "Oh, just tell me, how much would you want to exchange?" Girsen thought that for the people on the floating raft, the cost was only equivalent to the time and energy needed to make and collect the raw materials. It was not easy to make an equivalent judgment, so he asked Keys to give him the amount of wood he wanted to exchange for a piece of papyrus as a reference. If I buy all your papyrus, can you give me a cheaper price? Or you don't need to give me the papyrus, but teach me the making method and raw material formula. How much would you need in exchange? Howren had to admit that the old hunchback's idea was very shrewd. Unfortunately, he still did not know that papyrus was not produced in the island world, nor did he know the difference between the CIF price and the FOB price. Quest didn't immediately answer his question. Instead, he thought for a while and asked a new question. I've already obtained enough lumber from this trade. What if I don't want to use the lumber to exchange, but directly take your gold coins? What do you think? After the catastrophe, the most valuable currency in the island world was the steel coins that were fished out from the seabed and made from the steel objects that were once produced in the human countries. Between the Polar Bear Federation and the Hunchback Empire, gold coins with a lower value were often used. Because there were a lot of high-quality gold mines on the two main continents, this metal, which was born with monetary properties, naturally became the preferred material for the universal currency. However, gold could not directly change the living situation of the people on the floating raft, so when they landed on the island, usually no one would choose to settle with gold coins. Yes, no problem. Gearsen picked up a few bundles of papyrus from the stall and patiently checked whether there were any defects. Then he took out a few pieces of gold coins from the Hunchback Empire that were hammered into squares and engraved with Een runes and handed them to Keys. I'll give you a refund if you overpay. If papyrus could be exchanged for gold, the merchants of Medic would probably break their heads to come to the island world. Not to mention how high the profit was. Gold, a precious metal, was in circulation in the Ashes world. Most countries, including Medic and Japan, still used silver, which had a lower value, as their currency. There were a total of 3 bundles of papyrus on the stall, more than 150 pieces altogether. Keys took the hunchback gold from Gearsen and cupped his hands. Thank you for your business. That's all I'll charge you. You don't have to pay more. Both parties were satisfied with the transaction, and the old hunchback hurriedly left with the newly bought products. The young blue dragon also packed up the stall and took the gold coins to the trading house opened by the hunchback merchants. He wanted to test the real purchasing power of gold in the island world. Chapter 217. There are always interesting things in the sea that people can't imagine. I remember there was a small octopus in the tide pool on the seashore. If you yelled boo at them, those little things would immediately turn white. You see, it's this color. Gearsen used his fingers to scoop out a small piece of white pigment from the color plate on the table. He rubbed it with his index finger and thumb while dipping it in some water and smearing it evenly. Then he pressed the 2 fingers on the newly purchased papyrus and drew a white pattern. Magenta extracted from the body of the cochineal, bone spiral purple extracted from the shellfish, wax, frankincense, turpentine, and pine tar mixed with alkaline solution to wash lapis lazuli. One pigment after another was put into use. Half an hourglass passed, and under Gearsen's careful depiction, a magnificent painting appeared on the papyrus. He fixed the painting on the wall with wooden nails to shorten the drying process. When it was completely dry, the old camel shaman began to recite the spell of summoning the elements, casting spells on every line and every piece of the rendered pattern. Standing on the side, proud Twin Peaks carefully watched his teacher's every operation step. Gearsen was not a painting and calligraphy enthusiast. With so much effort, the picture he made was actually a prototype of an elemental summoning array. In the island world, the development of magic was still in a relatively primitive stage. According to the division of schools, most of the spellcasters on this plane mastered the spells of the School of Incantation. Shamans who could communicate and summon elemental forces were the mainstream among them. Whether one was qualified to inherit the shaman's path depended on whether one could successfully communicate with the elemental spirits. Many apprentices worked hard all their lives to learn, but in the end, they could only summon a weak flame. It was not enough for cooking, let alone to use it to fight the enemy. In the process of constantly exploring experience, the shaman masters who had accumulated a lot of experience and lessons would prepare the elemental summoning array for their disciples to enlighten them and increase the possibility of success. They needed to cut open trees that had been growing for at least 100 years. First, they needed to make the core of the tree into a wooden board, and then apply paraffin evenly on it. Then, they used a short golden rod to carve a pattern little by little on the solidified paraffin. Then, they used pigments extracted from ores, plants, and creatures to polish and shape it. Finally, he had to chant an incantation to add a special spell to the elemental summoning array. The entire process had a strict time requirement. If it took too long, the elemental activity of the various raw materials would be greatly reduced, and the magic circle made would lose the ability to assist in communicating with the elemental spirits. In this way, the already tedious process became even more difficult. Even the most skillful shaman masters couldn't guarantee that the ritual array they created would work 100% of the time. Teacher, taking the papyrus that Gerson handed to him, the young camel nobleman asked in surprise, "You want me to use this now to complete the initiation ritual?" Gerson nodded. Although using papyrus as a carrier was much simpler than using traditional production techniques, maintaining concentration for nearly an hourglass still made the old hunchback feel a little tired. "Hurry up and give it a try. Follow the visualization method I taught you before, and try to communicate with the elemental spirits." He only said half of the sentence, and there was no need to explain the rest to an apprentice. In fact, with Gerson's knowledge, he immediately discovered the great value of this product after seeing the papyrus. Drawing the elemental summoning array was just a preliminary attempt. If it could be used properly, in fact, not only the inheritance of shamanism, but also any other knowledge could be written down and popularized on a large scale with the help of this cheap carrier. Following his teacher's instructions, the proud Twin Peaks immediately began to visualize the elemental summoning development on the papyrus in his hand. The process was so smooth that it was beyond Gerson's expectation. As time went by, the fine sand at the bottom of the camel apprentice's feet slowly gathered together, gradually covering his broad and thick toes and gradually climbing up along his calves. Smoke rose from the place where his fingers touched the papyrus, and circles of charred marks appeared on the surface of the paper. However, the apprentice's fingers were not hurt at all. On the papyrus, the white pigment taken from some kind of octopus body fluid became wet again. The white lines connected the parts where the fingers touched, and there seemed to be an electric current passing through, making a crackling sound. Gerson's guess was verified. The papyrus did have a unique value, and the fact that it could be used as the carrier of the shaman's initiation ritual alone was enough to make the upper-class nobles of the Camel Empire scramble for it. Who the hell is that man on the raft? What is the connection between the papyrus, or that man, and the prophecy of the elemental spirits? Is it the right time to report these findings to the Twin Peaks Temple? With the success of the experiment, Gerson found that he now had a series of problems that needed to be solved urgently. Unlike the Twin Peaks Camelman, our protagonist, the young blue dragon keys, was very excited at this time. He took the camel gold coins exchanged with the papyrus to the camel merchants in the market, wanting to examine the purchasing power of gold in the Camel Empire of the island world. To his delight, this precious metal, which was highly valued in the Ash world, was even cheaper than he had expected. Take wood, for example. He spent 3 gold coins to buy wood from the camel merchants, and only 5 silver coins to buy wood of the same material, weight, and volume in Medici. If weight was considered, the purchasing power of camel gold coins was even less than that of silver coins. Even if interdimensional trade required a certain amount of upfront costs, the high profits generated by the price difference were enough to bear. Not to mention that in addition to the papyrus, Keyes had many other options. For example, the fanatic armor that could be sold at a sky-high price in Nome, the floating behemoth that could be quantitatively produced once the commercial reach of the scales of eternal order extended to this plane. It was almost certain that he would get a huge amount of excess profits. However, as the saying goes, a cannon fired, 10,000 taels of gold was also true in reverse. While seizing a lot of benefits, he would gradually face more and more competition. In the end, it was very likely that he would need to resort to force to solve the dispute. In addition to the demonic fish that he had already fought, the imaginary enemies that Keyes needed to think of included the primitive gods of the island world, and the strongest among them was the camel god of the Camel Empire. To fight or to cooperate? For the young blue dragon, this was a difficult question to decide, but the real choice was not in his hands. Chapter 218. The double-peaked temple itself was 2 independent stone cubes. The top was decorated with gold foil. The walls were coated with plaster, and they were connected by a tall colonnade. Every column in the colonnade was a whole fir, and they were all painted with colorful colors. This temple symbolized the unity of theocracy and royal power of the Camel Empire. In fact, every Camel Emperor was also the chief priest here. They did not need to build a palace to show their majesty. As long as they firmly controlled the double-peaked temple, all the camel people were willing to serve them. After all, the emperor was not only the direct descendant of the king of Twin Peaks, but also his most loyal servant. Is it news from Girsang? A lazy voice sounded from the depths of the hall. After a night of conquest, the camel emperor had just woken up. What is that restless guy doing again? Your Majesty, please take a look first. The Danfang attendant kneeling at the door of the hall took out a folded piece of parchment from his arms, carefully placed it on the conveyor belt, and gently rotated the shaft to send it in. I dare not open this confidential letter sent by His Excellency the Proud this morning. Girsang was originally related to the Camel Emperor by blood. He was one of the top nobles of the Camel Empire. But later, for some reason, he deliberately provoked a war between the camel people and gathered troops for himself. Although Girsang finally handed over his soldiers under the intervention of the King of Twin Peaks, and the Camel Emperor also agreed to reconcile, how could the rift be so easily healed? Besides, Girsang himself was very charismatic and had many fans among the Twin Peaks noble class. In addition to being a camel god priest, he was also a highly skilled shaman master. With such a person in the center of power, how could the emperor not be suspicious? The Camel Emperor had secretly placed many of his own spies around him, and His Excellency the Twin Peaks was one of them. After reading the report written on the parchment and seeing the papyrus wrapped in it, the Camel Emperor had already believed most of the news that Girsang had found an important material that could simplify the shaman's initiation ritual. His big hand clenched the parchment into a ball. He didn't care about the warm and fragrant jade beside him. He immediately put on the crown and white robe, stood up, and walked out of the bedroom. The servant who had been kneeling outside the temple thought that His Majesty was going to gather the Twin Peaks nobles who supported him. He was prepared to pass on the message. But who would have thought that the Hunchback Emperor would turn into a colonnade that led to another building in the Twin Peaks Temple? The colonnade was very long. Even a creature as tall as the Hunchback would have to walk for a while with large strides. The colorful paintings on the pillars seemed to have an unusual divine power. It was able to turn the emperor of an empire who was drunk and lying on the lap of a beauty, awake and holding the power of the world, into the solemn-looking hunchback god officiant after passing through the middle. The attendant behind the emperor stopped halfway. There was another low-level priest in the other building of the temple, but they were never allowed to cross paths. What belongs to the gods belongs to the gods, and what belongs to the emperor belongs to the emperor. In the distinctly divided Twin Peaks temple, everyone needed to keep this in mind at all times. Walking to the entrance of the temple where the king of Twin Peaks was enshrined, the emperor lowered his noble head. The door was designed to be very short. Even the single-humped hunchback had to bend his knees. This was to remind the hunchback to be humble and polite in front of the hunchback god. Although he had been here many times, every time was the same as the first time. The emperor was always shocked by the magnificent desert scene inside the temple, which was like a small world. Stepping on the dreamy sand, the emperor of the Hunchback Empire first tidied up his appearance again. Then he took the copper pot held by the low-level priest beside him and poured the blood of the taboo sheep into the copper tripod in front of him. My descendant, the blood of the taboo sheep began to boil, but there was no smell of blood. A huge statue of a camel with 2 humps, which seemed to be carved out of crystal, slowly floated up from the sea of sand. "What do you want?" The emperor of the Hunchback Empire, the officiant of the Twin Peaks temple, knelt down and prostrated himself on the ground as soon as the god spoke. His lower lip was close to the ground, and he said in an extremely respectful tone, "The spirit of the great ancestors, the bearer of the only 2 continents in the world, the guide of the hunchback, the ruler of the desert, the noble king of Twin Peaks, your most loyal servant greets you, using concise language." The hunchback emperor reported the news that Girsan had found a way to enlighten a large number of elemental shamans to the hunchback god. The key point of the final conclusion was that Girsan might be planning a war to divide the hunchback again. Indeed, war will bring about the loss of believers. The hunchback god's crystal statue suddenly glowed, as if it was actively thinking for a moment before giving a reply. At the same time, it is also an opportunity. What do you think of the title of King of War before my many titles? I see. No wonder when Girsan provoked the war, the king of Twin Peaks still did not withdraw his favor to the traitor. No wonder he sent an oracle to persuade the hunchback god to give up the responsibility. In this way, everything could be explained. This god, who had always been lonely and seeking defeat in the island world, wanted to integrate himself into the priesthood in the field of war. He needed people or conditions to be able to start and participate in the war, so he did not pursue Girsan's previous behavior. Due to the protection of the desert surrounding the area, the war between the demonic fish hidden in the depths of the sea and the empire fell into a period of probing and observation. The Federation on the thick, solid island seemed to be too far away from the empire. As for the forces of the floating raft people, they could only be defined as villages at most. Conquering villages was not a huge war. The thoughts and behavior of the hunchback god really lived up to the saying, "The ignorant are fearless." He did not know that as the first god of an intelligent race, as long as he plowed deeply and made the race grow, he actually had the opportunity to become a great divine power one day. Rashly integrating into the priesthood of war seemed powerful, but in fact, there were many competitors. For a god who had no foundation and started late, it was very dangerous. What's more, he did not even touch the edge of the weak divine power. At most, he was just a false god. But for the emperor of the Hunchback Empire, the will of the ancestor was an oracle. Although he was dissatisfied in his heart, he would not disobey. At least, he could not openly disobey. The blood of the taboo sheep in the copper cauldron evaporated, and the statue of the hunchback god sank back into the sea of sand. The emperor got up, bowed again, and left the temple. When he returned to the temple that completely belonged to him and symbolized secular power, he immediately summoned his confidants for a secret meeting. Chapter 219. Since he wants war, then let's give him war, the hunchback emperor thought to himself. He raised his golden goblet and gulped down a full cup of butter. It's not a small fight like Gearson's, but a real war. The bloodthirsty war hammer slashed down with a sharp whistle, shining with a dazzling cold light. Its wielder, Zhang Dawen, let out an ear-piercing laugh with his black totemic chin. His name came from this wild roar. As his body swayed, his long white hair flew behind his head, and his blood-red eyes shone brightly. Again and again he swung his axe at imaginary enemies, honing himself so that in a real battle he could reduce his enemies to mincemeat under his axe. Wulfgar Bearroar roared and spun, controlling the powerful force with great ease with his exquisite technique. Even though this was just a simple practice, he was completely immersed in a state of hot-blooded infatuation. Until a voice called his name, he came back to his senses. Wulfgar! Although he had just undergone intense exercise, the young polar bearman warrior only opened his nose and panted slightly. Controlling one's breathing was also a kind of exercise, and for a warrior, it was as important as learning how to distribute one's strength. He propped the black hammer on the ground, looked up, and saw a familiar elder walking toward him. Lord Bearroar. Wulfgar used the tribe's surname instead of the name, Fury Bear, to show his respect. When the elder came in front of him, Wulfgar took the lead and extended his left fist. Fury Bear clenched his fists and performed the traditional greeting of the polar bear people. Fury Bear then said in a rough voice, "We don't have to stay in this hot and boring capital of the camel people anymore. The Emperor has allowed us to visit the warlord named Gearsan." That's good news. Wulfgar put the warhammer on his shoulder and turned to walk out of the courtyard, with Fury Bear following beside him. After confirming that there were no single-humped hunchbacks around to take care of his daily life, the young polar bearman said, "But he must be planning something." Fury Bear didn't refute this, because he knew that even if the Ghost Realm's tricks were waiting for them, the young polar bear chief's son would not give up this opportunity to meet the leader of the pro-war camel people. But that's not important. Any situation is better than this. Wulfgar continued, his black totemic chin pressed into a straight line. "Just like you once taught me, polar bear men can't understand peace without war. Just like the Camel Empire, the Federation was now in a peaceful period of confrontation with the army of demonic fish monsters. As they were of the same race as the fallen walrus people, there were quite a number of walrus people within the Federation who were very satisfied with the status quo. Those guys even managed to persuade a group of polar bear men who were also used to living a comfortable life." As the future great chieftain, Wulfgar felt extremely humiliated. He had publicly opposed this kind of wrong idea of close to direct surrender more than once. Because of his warmongering words, Wulfgar was questioned by many people in the Federation, until he met a walrus chief who dared to tarnish his honor. The young polar bearman warrior directly challenged him to a duel and smashed his skull with a slap. Then questioning turned into accusations and even condemnation. The agitated walrus people allied with other tribes to condemn Wulfgar and asked the Federation to severely punish the murderer. In order to calm everyone's anger, the polar bear chief whipped Wulfgar in public. But he was his son after all. In the end, he only arranged for Wulfgar and Fury Bear to go to the Camel Empire together, hoping to use distance to eliminate the storm of public opinion. After a long voyage, the polar bearman's diplomatic group arrived at the land controlled by the camel people. Because of his identity as the son of the Federation's great chieftain, Wulfgar quickly met the Emperor. Originally, He wanted to use this opportunity to find a reliable ally, but after meeting, he was surprised to find that the Camel Emperor was actually a leader of the pro-peace faction who was content with pleasure. During his stay, Wulfgar learned that the leader of the pro-war faction of the Camel people was a warlord named Girsan. Due to the Emperor's suspicions, he wanted to visit but was unable to do so. But today, the Camel Emperor actually informed Furybear that Girsan is trading with the floating raft people in a market and generously allowed the Polar Bearman's diplomatic group to visit the market. Although Wulfgar already guessed that there must be something hidden, he still embarked on the journey to the market. Because they wanted to speed up their journey, the Polar Bearmen didn't ride on the carriages pulled by the cleft, hoofed bulls. Instead, they walked step by step on the road built by the Camel people. The Polar Bearmen's average height was about the same as the Walrus people's. They were slightly shorter than the Camel people, but they were stronger. The Camel people caravans all made way for them. No one dared to provoke them. With sufficient food and water supplies, the Polar Bearmen traveled like an army for nearly 2 days and finally saw the oasis where the market was before their members were exhausted. "We're almost there." Furybear held a cowhide water bag and slowly drank a mouthful of water. After a long journey or a fierce battle, although he was thirsty, he had to drink water like this. He handed the water bag to Wulfgar, who was still standing with a war hammer. "Have you thought about how to contact Girsan? Or why do you have to see him?" Wulfgar nodded and pointed to the small oasis in the distance. He replied slyly, "I'm not going to see the camel warlord that their emperor is suspicious of. I'm visiting the floating raft people market and accidentally met him when I was trading." When he said the word accidentally, the young Polar Bearman emphasized his tone. Then his face became solemn. He continued to speak to Furybear in a more familiar voice. "But even so, I think there might be an accident. You have to inform those soldiers to be ready for battle at any time. I think you're thirsty for battle." The chief of the Polar Bear tribe thought for a moment, and still chose to speak his true feelings. Although he had taught Wulfgar to be fearless in battle, the son of the chief was obviously too aggressive. "It's necessary to fight with honor, but you can't just live to fight and kill," or Wulfgar interrupted him. The young Polar Bearman leaned close to Furybear's face and stared into his eyes. He said sincerely and without allowing any objection, "The Polar Bearmen are a race that likes to fight. Constant fighting has honed our wisdom and toughened our bodies. Without these, we will become weak." Chapter 220. It was raining heavily outside, but the temporary hut made of palm leaves was still dry, although there was some mist. Due to the close proximity to the enclosure where the split-hoofed bulls were kept, the damp air was filled with the smell of a stable. The environment was not too good, but it was still bearable. "This is not a trip," Keyes kept reminding himself. He had been here for 3 whole days, and today was the 4th day. Most of the people on the floating raft were still setting up stalls in the heavy rain, hoping to sell more goods in exchange for more soil that did not contain salt and alkali, as well as logs for the repair of the circular base. Captain, wearing a bamboo hat made of leaves, Koss hurriedly ran over. The young blue dragon had just asked him to help gather information. Captain Geller said that the ceremony will be held after the rain. Pointing at the logs piled up next to his hut, Quest said to the boy, "I don't need that many materials. You can take some and find a way to make yourself a boat that can go out to sea." This was a reward for the accurate information Koss had gathered. The reason why he had stayed here for so long was to see the strange magic ceremony of the camel people in the island world after the great cataclysm. As the sea level rose, the entire island world's precipitation became abundant. The oasis where the camel people lived in the desert, as it was often nourished by the rain, expanded day by day. In order to resist the expansion of the demonic fish's influence and prevent the amphibious monsters from landing and harassing them, the Twin Peak King taught his camel priests a spell. They used special wood, carved runes, and drew magic circles to make totem poles. These totem poles would be properly placed on the coastal land, absorbing the fertility of the soil, and thus the desert surrounding the empire would appear. The desert was the camel people's natural barrier, and in order to maintain this barrier, the totem poles had to be replaced regularly. The rain came quickly, but it also left quickly. But even so, it still added a lot of vitality to the oasis where the market was. Walking out of the palm hut, Keyes took a breath of the fresh air after the rain as he strolled around. Those stalls over there seemed to be new faces. They should be the people on the floating raft who just arrived at the other circular bases. Cass, who was beside Keyes, replied, "But they don't seem to be carrying a lot of goods. It's a little strange." After hearing Cass's words, the blue dragon in human form couldn't help but size up the group of people again. Soon, he discovered the reason why Cass found it strange. The newcomers were all young men with strong physiques. Keyes frowned. There was something wrong with this situation. Generally speaking, considering the trading experience, most of the people who came out of the circular base to trade were people of a certain age. Besides, the goods sold by those people were of little value. They were just dried mussels and salted seafood. There was no need to send some strong men to protect them. "Don't run around later. Just stay by my side." Keyes pointed to the new group of people on the floating raft and quickly told his little follower. Finally, he emphasized, "Those people are a little strange." Just when Cass, who was confused, was about to ask, the melodious sound of a bone flute suddenly sounded in the market, accompanied by the beating of a bronze drum. The ceremony for the camel people to replace the totem poles had begun. The one who presided over the ceremony was none other than Girsan, the priest of the camel god. The most noble two-humped camel in the oasis was standing next to the totem pole at the moment. He chanted the name of the two-humped king and prayed to him. His fingers, in a specific order, stroked the runes and magic circles engraved on the totem pole little by little. A wave of magic, which was not powerful but was more durable, slowly seeped into the ground under the guidance of Girsan. Because he was very sensitive to magic, Keyes soon found that the ground under his feet seemed to be alive in an instant. Accompanied by a slight tremor, the greenery of the oasis where the market was located after the heavy rain gradually faded. The vegetation withered and turned yellow at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the thin layer of accumulated soil once again turned into a desert. The withered area was centered on the totem pole, but the pole itself seemed to be full of vitality. Because it had absorbed the vitality of the land, the totem pole, which had been cut down for a long time and was even covered with paint, had sprouted many tender shoots. "Halt!" Outside the market came the soft shout of a camel guard. Thanks to his sharp hearing, Keyes heard it very clearly. He looked back in the direction of the sound and saw a small group of polar bear men. Knowing that the camel people were holding a ceremony, Wolfgar and Fury Bear were not annoyed by the guard's obstruction. They led the Bearmen delegation and stood quietly at the entrance of the market, waiting for the ceremony to end. Although they had been trekking for 2 days, this group of abnormally strong polar bear men still maintained a good spirit. In contrast, the single-humped camel people who blocked them with halberds and axes were slightly thin and weak. "It's a pity that we're one step too late. We didn't see how the camel people cast magic," Fury Bear thought to himself. In addition to being a powerful warrior, the chief of the Bearmen tribe was also a polar bearman elemental shaman who was good at controlling thunder. Therefore, he felt a little regretful that he did not have time to see the unique magic ceremony that only spread in the Camel Empire. It did not take long for Girsan to complete the ceremony of replacing the totem pole. A brand new totem pole was planted into the ground again, and the original totem pole that had grown roots and sprouts was carried on his shoulder and brought back to the wooden house where he lived. Only then did the polar bear men get permission from the camel guards. Under the surprised and gloomy gazes, they strode into the market. Originally, Wulfgar planned to stroll around and buy something while looking for an opportunity to contact the leader of the pro-war faction of the camel people. But who would have thought that there would be a sudden change? The person who made Koss and Keys find strange suddenly launched a sneak attack after the polar bear men stepped into the market. Some took out a blowpipe that was already filled with poisoned fish bones. They immediately aimed at the polar bearmen's body parts that were not covered by armor and shot. Some took out hidden stone knives. They were not afraid of the difference in size between the target and themselves. They charged forward and attacked at close range. Some were responsible for creating chaos. They loudly spread rumors that the polar bear men were killing people on the street and incited the other people on the raft to attack them together. Damn it! After seeing one of his tribesmen get hit in the eye by a poisoned blowpipe, he was caught off guard and had his throat slit in a panic. Wulfgar was instantly enraged. He swung his warhammer and sent the assassin who was pestering him flying. Chapter 221. The chaos that had lasted for half a day had subsided. Dusk was fading, and the sky was darkening. Everyone in the bazaar was staring at the flickering orange bonfire. After the two polar bear men were killed in a sneak attack, the enraged son of the great chieftain took them down one by one with his warhammer, literally. Regardless of the difference in martial arts and equipment between the two sides, just considering the disparity in size and strength, this was the best they could achieve, other than the occasional sobbing from the people on the floating raft from the circular base. Everyone was silent. A row of corpses lay on the ground beside the bonfire, 2 polar bear men, half a dozen single-humped camel guards, and dozens of humans. The first to break the heavy atmosphere was the captain of the single-humped camel guards. He is the only son of his family. His son was just born not long ago. Geller pointed at his men lying on the ground and counted them one by one. You are not stepping on the thick solid island. How dare you commit murder on the imperial soldiers on this land? Bear. As the questioning voice became louder, his knuckles on the halberd in his hand became more and more pale. The surrounding single-humped camel guards also silently gathered around with their weapons, ready to listen to the captain's orders. Just as Geller was about to pull out the halberd from the ground, an old but powerful hand stopped him. Girsen came over and put his hand on the camel captain's hand. We've killed enough today. There's no need to add additional battles. The old 2-humped camel did not just stop his compatriots. In fact, his gloomy single eye had been staring at the polar bear men who were ready to fight at any time. Sir Girsan. Fury Bear stepped out from the crowd and stood in front of the young warrior with a fierce look in his eyes. The polar bear men are never afraid of battle, but we are not bloodthirsty. He looked back at the silent Wulfgar, and the great chieftain's son nodded at him. I admit, the camel warriors may have been killed by my compatriots. Fury Bear pointed at the collapsed chest of the guard and continued, but at that time, our diplomatic mission was attacked for no reason. The camel guards rushed over with weapons and wanted to stop our self-defense. Self-defense? This time, the one who spoke was an elderly human. Grieving over the death of his son, the bursar elder of the circular base no longer cared about his fear of the powerful polar bear men. It was another group that ambushed you, but you attacked the innocent. 23 of us died, 10 times more than the casualties of the polar bear men. He retorted with a sobbing voice. What right do you have to speak here? Unexpectedly, the person who reprimanded him was not a polar bearman, but the young noble of the Hunchback, Twin Peaks. but he immediately shut his mouth again. Although he had passed the initiation ceremony, Girsang's cold eyes still made the apprentice instinctively feel awe. Fury Bear looked at the Twin Peaks, who helped him to retort, but he quickly locked his eyes on the Bursar Elder. "Sorry, but while your grief does not seem fake, it was you who attacked us. Even if it was not that tense situation, we could not tell the difference between your different tribes." He paused and thought for a moment before continuing. "Besides, how can you prove that those people are not members of your tribe? If there is no way to verify it, we may have to apply to His Majesty the Hunchback Emperor to arrest all of you. One by one, we will interrogate you carefully." This was not bullying, but the true plan of the Polar Bearman's chief, come diplomat. Since Wulfgar, the great chieftain's son, was in the diplomatic mission, Fury Bear had a need and an obligation to find out who ordered the assassination, and why. He even suspected that what happened today had something to do with the Walrus Man. After all, Wulfgar had killed a Walrus Man chief on Sturdy Island. Bullshit. The Bursar Elder pointed at Fury Bear and roared in grief. He walked to his old acquaintance, Geller, and looked up at the hunchback captain, who was much taller than him. "Captain Geller, hurry up and tell those polar bear men that those people did not come from the same circular base as us. We are innocent victims, old friends who have known you for more than 20 years. Geller's lips were dry. He could not bear to look down at his old friend, and said helplessly, I'm sorry, I can't prove it for you. In fact, the people in charge of receiving you today can no longer stand up for you. They all died in the hands of those people. It's useless and dishonorable. No, there is still a way to prove that we are innocent victims." Hearing the words of the hunchback captain, the Bursar Elder felt as if he was struck by lightning. Faced with a crisis that could affect the entire circular base, he could not care less about the pain of losing his son, and said loudly, "No, all of us, anyone who is willing to find out the truth, can go to the beach. If there are 2 circular bases there, it can prove that the attackers are not on the same side as us." Smart. Keyes could not help but secretly applaud the resourcefulness of the people of this island world. It was now high tide, and once the circular base by the sea broke down, it would be difficult to move. If there were 2 homes of the Bursar Elder floating at the headland, it would naturally prove the Bursar Elder's complaint. Moreover, even if the polar bearmen and hunchbacks tried to stop them, there were still boats on the shore that they had anchored before. With the skills of the Bursar Elder, as long as the ropes were untied, there was a high chance that they could successfully escape back to the circular base. By then, neither the hunchbacks nor the polar bearmen would be able to catch up, and the people who came ashore to trade would be safe. Of course, the Bursar Elder still hoped to prove his innocence instead of running away in a hurry, because if he chose to run away, then all the materials that the Bursar Elder had obtained this time would go to waste, and it would be difficult for them to come to the coast of the Empire to trade in the future. "I'm willing to go with you." It was Girsang who spoke. He reached out his hand and pressed it on the Bursar Elder's shoulder. "Running away won't solve the problem. Sometimes you have to learn to face it." The old Bursar Elder suddenly became nervous, fearing that the other party would ask to keep the hostages. But it seemed that Girsang was very confident in his ability, so he only brought his own apprentices and a few hunchback guards. After the assassination, Fury Bear and Wulfgar were not ready to let their people move separately, so the polar bearmen's diplomatic group followed. After going through so many things, everyone was also very tired. The group all sat on the big cart pulled by the cleft hoofbulls and walked along the road in the desert toward the coast. Captain, using his short stature and the cover of the night, Koss sneaked to the young blue dragon's carriage and whispered, "Just now the Bursar Elder made a sign. I'm afraid you can't understand. When we reach the coast, First, untie the ropes of the Zhanyuan. If the situation changes, run. Keyes said playfully, but there was no change in his tone, but his eyes looked into the darkness on both sides of the convoy. Remember what I said before? Seeing Koss scratching his head, Keyes stopped beating around the bush and bluntly reminded him, when the situation changes, hide by my side. Something strange again? The boy asked in surprise. He almost shouted, but he covered his mouth with his hand in time. The cart, pulled by the cleft-hoofed bulls, walked for about 2 or 3 hourglasses, and many people smelled the salty smell in the breeze blowing from the ocean to the land. Captain Geller, who led the team at the front, jumped off the cart and pulled open the dear firewood that divided the beach and the desert. After a while, the sound of turbulent waves hitting the shore came. Everyone got off the cart and walked to the beach on foot. Teacher, be careful of the sandpit here. Proud Twin Peaks walked in front of Girsang, testing the way forward for his teacher. Oh my God, what is this? His toes stepped on a layer of something slippery. With the help of the torch in his hand, the Twin Peaks noble lowered his head and was about to pick it up to check. Don't touch it if you don't want to be poisoned. The young blue dragon who walked past them squinted and recognized that it was a poisonous jellyfish. He reminded, of course, if you think you can survive, please help yourself. After hearing what he said, proud Twin Peaks instinctively took 2 steps back and wanted to wield his weapon to cut the jellyfish. But Girsang stopped him. The old hunchback buried him with a handful of sand with his toes. To deal with danger, you have to use your opponent's skill. After saying this, Girsang took a deep look at Keyes, then ignored the stunned apprentice and strode to the beach. Most of the boats that the people on the floating raft took were docked at the wharf. A few of the boats that were originally docked at the shore were fixed by anchors because of the high tide and drifting on the sea. Some people were ready to go to the boats on the shore, but several polar bear people followed behind them and did not have the time to untie the ropes. The Bursar elder walked to Girsang and Fury Bear. He did not know the identity of Wolfgar. He pointed to the 2 large black shadows floating in the distance and said, "The 2 circular bases are there. We are not the same people. He narrowed his eyes before he finished his words. Although it was high tide, the 2 circular bases were too close to the shore. Is the stone anchor loose, or is it stranded?" An explosion came from behind the crowd and interrupted the Bursar elder's thoughts. A firework suddenly shot up and leaped into the sky, bursting into bright sparks on the curtain of the night. "Be careful! It's an ambush!" The captain of the camel people, Geller, immediately reacted and called his men to rush toward Girsang. "Protect the master and go first. I'll cover the rear." After that, he waved the halberd in his hand and aimed it at the Bursar elder who led them here. Chapter 222. Topulo never thought that he would receive such a reader's letter in his lifetime. When you receive this letter, please don't be too surprised, although you will definitely be like this later. 2 days later, on the West Hammer coast of the Camel Empire, at the location marked below, there will be a meeting between the Federation's Wolfgar, son of the polar bear chief, and the Empire's Girsan double peak aristocrat, first shaman of the camel people. If I were you, I wouldn't miss this news. It should rain that day, which is a good weather for a sneak attack. Signed, a cold reader who has read your poisonous works. When it finished reading the words on the pottery tablet, a special spell was suddenly triggered. The pottery tablet that originally carried the words and pictures turned into fine sand and scattered on the bottom of the deep sea. Although this powerful and ancient demonic fish of the Seven Gills Council had completely memorized all the contents, it still felt a little disappointed. It lost an important evidence and couldn't prove to the other demonic fish that its previous plan had succeeded. Decades ago, in order to attack the land, Topulo came up with a brilliant idea that was completely different from the other Seven Gills demonic fish's search for a more suitable source of soldiers. After a lot of effort, this demonic fish used its tentacles to hold the carving knife and wrote a work called Topulo's Daily Life on the clay tablet. There was no trace of magic or psionic power on it. It was to spread the cultural invasion to the land ruled by the Empire and the Federation through the sailors who luckily escaped. But who would have thought that whether it was the polar bear or the camel people, the parchment they used to record the words was so expensive that Topulo's work had no chance to be passed down to the world. The failure of the cultural invasion caused it to be ridiculed by many of its own kind. That matter had always bothered it. Crawl silently, the demonic fish complained with a vocabulary that it didn't know where it learned from. Suddenly, an idea flashed in its mind. Didn't the letter convey a message? It might as well give it a try. Anyway, even if it failed, it would only lose some monster army. But if it succeeded, new evidence would naturally appear. Ha ha ha! Topulo laughed wildly, stirring up the deep-sea water and making a meaningless gurgling sound. On the coast, just as the camel guard captain waved his halberd and was about to kill the treasurer elder on the spot, Gearsen stopped him in time. The person who released the signal was caught. The old double-humped camel man pointed to the distance. The man on the floating raft, who was about to swallow the poison pill to commit suicide, had been captured by Keys. His jaw was dislocated, and the poison pill was removed. Be careful of the surroundings. The enemy has clearly made a series of plans. Blindly retreating will be more dangerous. Gearsen's voice. Boom, boom, boom. The camel people's, camel people's, camel people's, camel people's, camel people's, camel people's, camel. The camel, 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 people's people, camels ts, camel, camel people's, camels, camel man, people's, the camel, camel people, people's camel t have a people's camel, camel peak, s's, camel people, camel people, camel people. Out of the way, Wulfgar pushed aside a single-humped camel in front of him and swung his warhammer to knock over a split-hoofed bull, running at the front. Then, the son of the polar bear tribe's chief threw the warhammer to the side, grabbed the bull's horns with both hands, and lifted it up. He bent his legs, slightly leaned back, and used the strength of his arms to dance the cleft, hoofed bull into a spinning top. Go away. After exhaling, Wulfgar threw this beast out and swept away all the other split-hoofed bulls that were charging at them. They could only lay on the beach and whine. His move to turn the tide won him many cheers. Not only the polar bear people of the same race, but even the camel guards also looked at him with admiration. Only the people on the floating raft did not notice the excitement on this side. They all turned their heads to the sea and looked at the circular base that was gradually accelerating towards the shore, dumbfounded. The circular base neither raised the sails nor lowered the long oars. The power of the waves alone was not enough to move the heavy stone anchor that had been dragged to the bottom of the sea. Monsters, help, or we can escape together. The people on the floating raft, who were still in the circular base, also saw the figures holding torches on the shore and immediately adjusted the wind lanterns. The candles made of fish fat flickered and sent out a special signal. His lips opened and closed as he quickly read the information sent by his clansmen. The face of the treasurer, who was standing near the shore, suddenly changed. He pulled Gearsen's sleeve and pointed at the waves in the distance. He said in horror, "Sir, there, the monsters in the sea are hiding in the waves and pushing the circular base." In fact, apart from them, Quess had also noticed the abnormality under the waves. The fish monsters with toad-like heads and armored monsters with carapaces were hiding under the surface of the sea. They were riding on the waves to quickly approach the shore. They were surging like water rushing into a narrow river, pushing each other and scrambling to be the first. But strangely, they did not make any sound. Obviously, someone or something was directing their actions. Get ready. Before Gerson could say retreat to the desert, the ground under everyone's feet suddenly trembled. Near the edge of the beach, the sand collapsed out of thin air. A few huge sandworm heads popped out and then retracted. They were not responsible for fighting. A large number of monsters came out of the tunnels dug by killing the worms. After identifying the direction, they immediately charged at the people gathered on the shore. The captain of the camel guards, Geller, was the most familiar with the place. He immediately said to Gerson, "Sir, there is a cliff over there. There is a temporary outpost of the Empire on it. We can take advantage of the danger and hold on for a while." In the face of a life and death crisis, everyone's execution efficiency would be greatly improved. Even if they did not ask others to move together, when the camel people began to run along the coastline, the polar bear people and the floating raft people immediately followed. In order not to expose the dimensional storage equipment he carried, Keyes deliberately got on the ship and took out 2 long swords and a spear hidden in the hidden compartment when they ran past the berth of the Zhang Yuan. He then caught up with the fleeing team. "Take the weapon." Keyes stuffed a long steel sword into the hands of Koss. The little boy wanted to wait for him, so he was at the end of the team. "You won't have a chance to use it when you're with me. Hold it tight when I'm not around." Seeing the steel weapon the young blue dragon took out, a few of the floating raft people running beside them showed a look of envy, but Keyes immediately used his unfriendly eyes and the weapon in his hand to intimidate the greedy ones. There was a loud creaking sound behind them. It was the sound of the 2 circular bases running aground one after another, followed by the wailing of the monsters. Everyone could not help but look back and saw a wall of fire burning around the circular bases. Many monsters that wanted to attack the circular bases were burned by the sudden flames. That's the last defense measure. The burning fuel is made of stored whale oil and seaweed oil. The boy also looked back and said to Keyes worriedly, "It's very powerful, but the stored fuel can only last for a day at most. It should be fine as long as we can hold on until dawn." Keyes pointed to the polar bear people running at the front of the team. He just heard them call Wolfgar. "Those guys have a strong background. Maybe they can find a way to get help." Koss was skeptical. However, the boy definitely couldn't do anything about it. The cliff was not far from the place where they had evacuated. At least with the advantage of their height and long legs, the camel people ran for a while and reached the outpost mentioned by Captain Geller. The polar bear people were not bad. Although their legs were not as long as the camel people's, at least they had a strong burst of power in short-distance sprints. Their endurance was also good, so they arrived at the outpost almost at the same time as the camel people. Compared to these 2 races, the floating raft people's physical fitness paled in comparison. Their teams stretched out as they ran, and some of the old and young at the back were almost overtaken by the monsters behind them. The camel people and polar bear people who arrived first had already moved out the garrison supplies in the outpost and set up roadblocks with rolling stones. Looking at this situation, if the floating raft people and the monsters were too close, they would probably be attacked indiscriminately. "Hold the sword in your hand and remember to roll when you land," Keyes reminded Koss beside him. He lifted his neck and gently threw him forward. The boy instantly passed many of his people who were still running and landed in front of the team. Seeing that he was still looking back at him, Keyes anxiously shouted, "I'll cover them. I'll catch up later. I can finally relax my muscles and bones." Seeing Koss run forward with the floating raft people, the young blue dragon turned his head to look at the monsters chasing after him and said casually, with a swing of his left hand, Keyes used the steel longsword as a dart and directly threw it to the nearest fish monster. He didn't pick up the weapon. Instead, he used the spear in his other hand and stabbed it diagonally behind him, killing an armored monster that was preparing to ambush him. That floating raft person is very strong. Standing on the edge of the cliff, Wolfgar looked down from time to time. While helping his people fix the rolling stones with wooden wedges, he said to Fury Bear, who was doing the same job, "Compared to me, he might even be stronger." His people had tied the rope that made it easier to remove the wooden wedges, so Wolfgar did not need to use his shoulder to hold the rolling stones. He did not continue to set up the defense facilities. Instead, he focused on admiring the battle below the cliff. Chapter 2:23. Not a single one of them can fight. Wielding his spear, the young blue dragon displayed the 3 key points of blocking, seizing, and stabbing vividly. The upper part of the spear attacked the enemy's head, throat, and eyes. The middle part of the spear attacked the enemy's chest, wrists, and abdomen. The lower part of the spear specifically targeted the lower 3 points. From time to time, he would block the enemy that pounced in front of him and deliver a swift and fatal stab with the back of his hand. Although most of the monsters that chased after him had natural armor, they could not withstand Keyes' Megalosaurus power. His fierce martial arts that specialized in attacking the vital points, and the weapon in his hand that was made of high-quality steel. After playing with the monsters for a while, he lost interest in continuing to fight personally. At this time, the people on the floating raft had also climbed up the cliff, and Keyes was naturally happy to retreat with them. Picking up the longsword that was still stuck in the body of a devilfish monster, he took a few steps forward. Borrowing the speed of his spear, the young blue dragon directly leapt over the heads of the monsters that wanted to surround him. After repeating this a few times, Keyes jumped to the bottom of the cliff by the coast. Following the narrow and straight path, he quickly climbed to the vicinity of the basically well-established defense facilities. "Watch your step." A half-squatting hunchback guard poked his head out from behind a short wall that was temporarily built and reminded loudly, "Don't step on those planks, they're all traps." Many people had seen the young blue dragon's elegant demeanor when he stayed at the back of the team to block the enemy. No one could deny that he was a powerful warrior and also an ally. Even if he was not a hunchback or a polar bearman, for the sake of the future battle, they could not let him suffer meaningless harm because of the traps now. Originally, the hunchbacks had planned to throw a few ropes so that Keyes could swing over from the cliff by the side of the path, but he directly used the method he used to break through the previous time, using his spear to tap the ground. He easily jumped over the traps and into the fortifications. Because this was a sentry post to guard against the invasion of the demonic fish forces, it was naturally equipped with a fire beacon and smoke signal as a means of communication. Although the smoke signal could not be used in the dark, the fire beacon was already useful. 3 long, straight poles, usually used as masts by the rafters, stood in a triangular formation at the top of the cliff. Under the action of the pulley, a shallow stone plate tied by a copper chain was raised to the top of the mast. Inside, there were several layers of pine, wood placed in a staggered pattern. The gaps between the fuel were filled with sawdust and shell powder. After igniting, it emitted a red flame that spread far and wide. The signal for help had already been sent out. Now, it all depended on whether the people guarding this outpost could hold on and wait for reinforcements. Other than Keyes, who had already proven his strength, and Koss, who had been gifted a longsword by him, the other people on the floating raft weren't given any weapons. They could only take on the task of transporting the garrison equipment. Perhaps it was because this place was originally a sentry post. The camel guards had stocked up a lot of pine oil and rolling stones to deal with the attacks of monsters, as well as a considerable number of whip arrows. Whip arrow, as the name suggested, was a weapon made of a wooden pole and a leather belt that looked like a whip. The user quickly rotates the belt and uses centrifugal force to project. This kind of weapon was somewhat similar to a stone catapult, except that it fired a special kind of arrow. Due to their height and long arms, the camel people were quite proficient in using this kind of weapon. Those who were good at it could even fire 2 or 3 arrows at the same time. Although whip arrows weren't as accurate as ordinary arrows, their firing speed was quite impressive. Moreover, with the camel people's endurance, as long as there were enough arrows, it wasn't difficult to continuously rotate the whip arrows for several hourglasses. A dozen or so camel people could continuously rain arrows down from the sky. It was the most suitable way to deal with groups of demonic fish monsters. But in this defensive battle, the first thing to show its might wasn't the whip arrows of the camel archers, but a barrel of pine oil. It was a flammable liquid made of distilled turpentine, oil, and other resins. It poured down from the top of the cliff and was immediately ignited by the defenders. A group of demonic fish monsters that were climbing up the path couldn't dodge in time. Most of them were smeared with the flaming oil, letting out waves of heart-wrenching cries. They instinctively wanted to retreat, but they were pushed by the other monsters behind them, blocking the path that was burning with flames. There was no room for them to retreat. If that gourmet brew was here, he might have invented a new dish, grilled fish in turpentine oil. Not long after, a strange grilled fish smell reached the young blue dragon's nose. The first batch of monsters died in the sea of flames, but it didn't let the people guarding the cliff post relax their vigilance. A few races had fought with demonic fish monsters for hundreds of years, so they knew that they weren't afraid of a battle of attrition. The monsters that followed became smarter. They began to dig some mud from the bottom of the sea and smear it on their bodies. Although they couldn't resist the flames for a long time, they could at least hold on for a while. Wave after wave, after 4 or 5 rounds of the seafood feast, the dozens of barrels of pine oil stored in the post were all used up. But the number of monsters that besieged the post didn't decrease. They were still advancing dauntlessly. Moreover, without the obstruction of the flames, they climbed even harder. Regardless of whether it was the webbed toes of the demonic fish monsters or the appendages of the armored monsters, they were all looking for rocks that weren't too hot to land on. They were sprinting to the top of the cliff at their fastest speed. Release. When the vanguard of the monsters was about to reach the top, Fury Bear, who had been observing the situation below, suddenly roared. With this order, a polar bearman immediately pulled the rope and pulled out the wooden wedge fixed under the rolling stone trap. Gurgle, gurgle. A huge stone with a diameter similar to that of a polar bearman rolled down the path down the mountain. Under the influence of gravity, potential energy was converted into kinetic energy. The rolling stone accelerated its rotation and rolled toward the army of monsters that once again crowded the path. Like a rapidly spinning bowling ball hitting a bowling pin, or like a road roller rolling over newly laid asphalt, the heavy rolling stone rolled down the cliff, leaving only a ground of minced meat and broken limbs. Looking at the mess left behind by the rolling stone, the army of monsters that continued to charge at them without regard for their own safety, Gearson pulled over the human on the floating raft that had been captured by Keys. After completing the mission of delivering the message, he resolutely wanted to commit suicide by taking poison as soon as possible. Such a resolute attitude was impossible for a mercenary recruited temporarily. He must be an elite death warrior cultivated by a certain force or someone who had spent a lot of time to cultivate. Speak. Who ordered you to do this? Gearson's fingers clasped the captive's shoulder and gradually squeezed into the flesh. He was looking forward to an answer, but he was somewhat conflicted with his own thoughts. Federation force, demonic fish, or the Emperor? Despite the pain that made him twitch, The captive was very stubborn and didn't say a word from beginning to end. On the contrary, after Gearson exerted his strength, he felt an unusual touch on his fingertips. A piercing sound was heard. Gearson took out the ritual dagger from his waist and cut open the captive's fishskin short shirt. Only then did he realize that the man's shoulder blades were sunken. In addition to the holes that his fingers had poked, there were also several natural cracks. A human with gills? Chapter 2:24. Key still had some doubts about the man on the raft he had caught before. Now it seemed that whether he was a human or not was still up for debate. Even if he found that the man had gills on his shoulders, it was not easy to conclude that he was sent by the demonic fish. The demonic fish was a creature that pursued pragmatism. If they, who dominated the sea, found that the men on the raft could be turned into excellent subordinates, why would they sneak into the ash world to plunder more powerful species that were more suitable for the desert environment? So this weirdo with gills on his shoulders was very likely to be a basin of dirty water splashed on the demonic fish. And the subsequent attack by the monsters completely confirmed this suspicion. Perhaps more than that, the indescribable darkness is hidden in the depths of the sea. Looking at the stern Gearson, the captive had a mocking look on his face. He turned to the rest of the men on the raft and said loudly, "Only by accepting the gift of the sea can we better survive." He reached out and gently lifted the man's jaw, and the jaw that had just been reattached fell off again. We don't have time to listen to his nonsense. Fury Bear, relying on his size, squeezed past several hunchback guards and stopped Gearson's interrogation. No matter what they know, the polar bearman bared his fangs and glared at the captive with a ferocious look. Or what they want to hide, we have to wait until this battle is over, and we can survive. As the chief of the Bearman clan, Fury Bear was obviously not a brute with a brain full of muscles. In fact, he was also very curious about what was hidden behind the continuous changes. The attack on the chief's son was obviously deliberately prepared, but if it was only based on those forces, it was not worthy of his evaluation of the word deliberately. Since the person who planned the attack could accurately know the time of their arrival at the trading market, could it not be possible to estimate the actual combat power of a diplomatic mission composed entirely of polar bearmen? Did they just send some men on the raft to launch an assassination and let them come here to die? There was no way for anyone with a normal IQ to not be suspicious of the series of accidents that happened today. However, now was really not the time to pursue the mastermind behind the scenes. Fury Bear stared at Gearson and then glanced at Twin Peaks, who was standing behind Gearson and glaring at him. He said calmly, "Some of the defensive equipment here has been used, and the rest can only stop the sea monster gate for half an hourglass at most. After that, how long we can hold on will depend on you and your apprentices, and how much spell support I can give the warriors. There was no need to finish the rest." Fury Bear believed that Gearson would understand that if they could not get reinforcements, or rather, if the reinforcements they hoped for did not exist at all, then there was no point in trying to find out more about the conspiracy. Then let them out first. Walking out of the protection of several camel guards, Gearson seemed to have made up his mind or remembered something. A dozen papyrus scrolls appeared in his open palm. "I think we can hold on for a long time." After chanting the incantation, several papyrus scrolls floated up at the same time and unfolded in the wind. The magic circles and runes that were originally drawn on the paper all changed. Some were directly ignited, some were erased, and some were torn into pieces. Several elemental creature summoning circles were triggered one after another. This kind of scroll was more complicated than the elemental summoning circle that Gearson had experimented with before. Previously, the elemental shamans could only use totem poles as carriers and carve them bit by bit. But after a few days of practice, Gir San summed up the method of drawing the magic circles on papyrus, and everything became simple. In just a few days, he had made and stocked up a considerable number of magic scrolls. Of course, he also found that every time he successfully made such a magic item, he would permanently lose a part of his elemental spirit affinity. Although he could slowly make up for it through cultivation later, it would indeed have a certain impact on the creator. And except for a shaman master like him, the success rate of ordinary elemental shamans making magic scrolls was not high. If they failed, they would also lose a part of their elemental affinity, which was not worth it. Therefore, after stocking up on some magic scrolls, he did not continue to make them. However, at this time, the dozen or so papyrus magic scrolls did help Gir San and the others a lot. Because the steps of chanting the incantation and preparing the casting materials had been completed in advance before the completion of the scroll, he only needed to open the scroll and activate the incantation with a few syllables, and several elemental creatures that had already been contracted responded to the summoning. "Drive and kill the monsters below the cliff," Gir Sen ordered. In fact, he also knew that there was no need for any words. The summoned creatures would understand the summoner's intention. The camel shaman wanted to send a message to the guards. They had a powerful shaman behind them. The water elemental in the shape of a camel jumped directly into the sea below the cliff, and the waves in this part of the sea suddenly subsided and receded. The large and small monsters that were lying in the sea to recuperate and ready to take turns to attack were horrified to find that the water in their bodies also flowed out uncontrollably with the receding sea water. And the fire element and the air element, like a group, merged together. The wind borrowed the strength of the fire, and the fire enhanced the power of the wind, rolling and sweeping to the bodies of the fish monster and the armored monsters, plowing the ground crazily. Not good. Gir San, who had been stabilizing his mind and communicating with the elemental creatures he summoned, suddenly frowned. The water elemental was dispelled by the demonic fish behind. In fact, he did not see the creature that dispelled the water elemental, but according to the experience of the land races fighting with the monsters under the command of the demonic fish, there were few monsters among them who could cast spells. At most, the armored monsters were more sensitive to spells. Most of the ones who could cast spells were the young demonic fish warlords, who had been hiding in the sea behind the monsters and commanding them. Gerson's guess was both right and wrong. There was indeed a demonic fish that dispelled the water elemental he summoned, but this demonic fish was not a young warlord, but a member of the Seven Guilds Council, Topulo. In addition to ending the trouble caused by the water elemental creatures, this fish was eager to verify the accuracy of the reader's letter so that it could show off the success of its previous plan to its companions. It also added an additional coral golem to help the army of monsters. "Go ashore. Drive those guys off the cliff." Topulo ordered his golem. A creature composed of sharp coral stepped on the seabed with its 4 thick coral legs and staggered forward. Although it looked very slow, with his 20-foot-long legs, he was able to cover a large distance with each step. 4 hollow coral arms covered with sharp, colorful sawtooth stretched out from its core, while paddling to speed up its speed. A star-shaped, wheel-like object slowly grew at the top of the arms. The function of these wheel-like objects was immediately revealed after the coral golem's arms emerged from the water. Buzz, 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 buzz. For almost overlapping whistles cut through the night sky. Even if the garrison at the top of the cliff was enduring the abuse of the fire and air elemental creatures, and the noise made by the army of monsters, they could not ignore such an abnormal and ominous sound. "Stop those flying discs!" As it had never seen such an attack, Fury Bear's roar-like order stuttered a little, but this did not affect the others' obedience to the order. In anyone's opinion, the white, flying discs that flew over quickly were not as simple as a greeting. If they were hit, even the thick-skinned polar bear men would have their bones broken. clang. A crisp sound rang out. Wulfgar grabbed the halberd of the hunchback guard beside him and threw a flying disc in the air. Not only did the halberd immediately break, but the flying disc that was hit deviated from its direction. Even though the force was hindered, it still penetrated deeply into the cliff. Ignoring the hunchback guard's initial shock and then anger, the son of the polar bearman chief saw the power of the flying disc and immediately gave up the idea of using the warhammer in his hand to block another flying disc. He found the right time and suddenly jumped up. With the mountain-splitting strength posture, he smashed the flying disc with the warhammer and used the speed and strength of the flying disc to embed it into the rocky ground at the top of the cliff. Fury Bear, who was standing near Girsan, also used the same method of throwing the halberd to deal with a flying disc. The last flying disc flew toward the floating raft people who were constantly transporting defensive supplies. The two polar bear men who had the ability to stop it were indeed unable to do anything. Unsurprisingly, this frisbee was Quitha's help to solve the problem. He held the end of the spear with both hands, lowered his body, and used a downward thrust, hitting the center of the flying disc. The spinning disc and the tip of the spear rubbed against each other, making a piercing sound. The young blue dragon was speechless. He was definitely not deliberately showing off his martial arts skills. It was really a pure coincidence. But just like the principle of an arrow on the string cannot be released, Keyes could only use his arms to exert strength. He swung the spear in a circle above his head and sent the flying disc back the way it came. Coincidentally, it hit the arm of the coral golem. Although it didn't directly cut it off, it still smashed this super large golem that was more than 20 feet tall. Fortunately, it didn't flip sideways onto the beach. Everyone, including Wulfgar, who had been paying attention to him, looked at Keyes with a lot more respect in their eyes. Good job. As the chief of the bear clan, Fury Bear naturally commanded many battles. He knew very well how to motivate his subordinates. For a moment, the morale of all the people on the cliff who were waiting for reinforcements was greatly boosted until the coral golem that had regained its balance launched another attack. Its limbs that were inserted into the sea continued to absorb the seawater, which was transmitted and compressed from its hollow body into a kind of water cannonball. It was guided and aimed by its arms and quickly fired. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 consecutive water cannonballs directly hit the elemental creatures that were raging at the bottom of the cliff. The air elementals were fine, but the fire elementals that were hit by the water cannonballs were directly annihilated and lost contact with Girsan. The remaining air elementals began to seem a little powerless in the face of the army of demonic fish monsters with carapaces and scales. Chapter 225. In Keyes' view, the war mode of the island world was rudimentary, not to mention the bloody airdrop battlefield that he had experienced. Even the strategy, tactics, and various technical means used in the annihilation battle against the Japanese invasion were much more advanced than those in the island world by more than 10 chang and streets. For example, the camel shaman just summoned an elemental creature to attack the opponent. In addition to being powerful, it was extinguished before it could cause too much damage to the enemy. Even the simple hammer and anvil tactic could not be used. After a little calculation, Keyes found that this team of more than a dozen polar bear men and more camel guards, in almost the same amount of time, did not kill as many monsters as the gladiators in the Taka Grand Arena. Although the gladiators had a higher proportion of steel weapons, they also did not have a set of bronze plate armor like the polar bear men. And there was almost no difference between iron and bronze for blunt weapons such as warhammers. In fact, if the user was strong enough, heavier copper weapons would be even more lethal. Furthermore, excluding the unarmed and relatively weak rafters, in fact, The polar bear men and hunchbacks did not take any extra care of them and were not a burden at all. The group with so many powerful warriors had no intention of breaking out of the encirclement, nor did they have any intention of charging back. Instead, they chose to compete with the numerous monsters in a war of attrition and blindly waited for reinforcements. In fact, this already explained the problem. With such a level of command, the demonic fish did not take down the land races, and it was really due to the geographical factors that played a big role. Perhaps this was also the reason why Gerson and Fury Bear had immediately agreed when Captain Geller suggested retreating to the cliff outpost. "It's a habit," Quest commented silently in his heart. Then he looked at the coral golem that was gradually approaching the cliff after destroying the fire elemental creatures and the air elemental creatures with water cannons. Passively taking a beating is not a good habit. As if to confirm his thoughts, the coral golem immediately fired at the top of the cliff when it was close enough. Bang! 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 3 water cannonballs whizzed out. For the shooter who did not know how to control his gun, 3 consecutive shots would not disappoint. Although 2 of the water cannonballs hit the rock wall, the 3rd water cannonball successfully hit the target. A hunchback guard who was crouching behind a low wall and was vigilantly watching the monster army that was surging forward again was hit by a water cannonball. Visible distortions appeared on the body of the camel man. His torso and at least one of his arms were fractured. He only had time to let out a cry of pain before his heart was pierced by a rib and he died. "Be careful!" Girseng shouted. The camel shaman immediately crouched down, placed his palms on the rocky ground, and began to chant an incantation. After a few breaths, giant finger-like stone pillars extended from both sides of the cliff, protecting everyone in the middle. Keyes reminded himself as he carefully sensed the magic waves that brought about changes in the terrain. Is this a divine spell? The coral golem continued to bombard the top of the cliff with 3 consecutive shots. As a constructed creature, it naturally wouldn't feel tired. But firing high-pressure water cannonballs did consume some of the energy stored in the core, and it could not squander it indefinitely. After the water cannonball attack failed, the coral golem decisively gave up this method of attack. It broke off some star-shaped fragments from its body and used its 4 arms to throw them out. It was somewhat similar to the frisbee that was launched at the beginning, but the star-shaped fragments were much smaller than the frisbee. Naturally, their strength was not comparable, but there were more of them. Is this called flower rain? Keyes whispered as he used his spear to push away a few coral darts that slipped through the gaps of the finger-shaped rocks summoned by Girseng's divine spell. Screams of pain came one after another. Many of the people at the top of the cliff were hit by the coral darts. Damn it! Girseng continued to chant the spell to summon the stone pillars. More stone pillars grew and blocked the gap left by the previous attack. But in this way, it was difficult for them to observe the situation on both sides in time, and this was exactly the purpose of the coral golem. It suddenly changed from limping to taking small steps. Every time it took a step, there would be a burst of ear-piercing creaking sounds. Boom! 2 of the 4 arms of this constructed creature heavily hit the cliff wall. Remembering the master of the demonic fish, the coral golem began to climb to the top of the cliff. In order to cover the golem, the monsters at the bottom of the cliff also began a new attack. Relying on their shells, the armored monsters rushed up first. "I'll deal with the golem." Seeing the critical situation, Fury Bear immediately said to Girseng, "You go and stall the monster army." After that, the chief of the bear tribe first stared at the eager Wolfgar. "Polar bear men, fear not." Fury Bear roared like thunder. His upright body quickly leaned forward and landed on all 4s. Although he was also an elemental shaman, like Girseng, this polar bearman Spellcaster obviously took a different path. Just like his name, Thunder Roar, Fury Bear always had the habit of adding the power of thunder to himself and then delivering the angry roar to the enemy at close range. At the same time, he would also add the bite and claw attacks with the power of thunder. A storm suddenly formed above the cliff with Fury Bear as the center. His white hair fluttered in the wind. Lightning flashed in the sky, and the corresponding sparks jumped on the polar bearman's claws. Then, with a crack, a bolt of lightning shot forward, not from the sky, but from between the sharp claws of Fury Bear that had become thicker. Rolling thunder. Fury Bear, with all his hair standing on end, followed the trajectory of the lightning. With a light leap, he flipped over the wall of stone pillars summoned by Girseng. Even when he was falling, he used all four of his limbs to push against the rock wall and accelerated again, pouncing on the coral golem. Thunderclaw. As Fury Bear roared again, a bolt of thunder suddenly blasted from the tip of his claws to one of the coral golem's waving arms. The arm that was trying to block the polar bearman suddenly exploded, and the other three arms supporting the cliff almost lost their balance. The lightning refracted 3 times on the coral golem, causing 4 violent explosions. Some parts connected to the core of the golem's torso were even smoking. This golem was obviously heavily injured. Without the obstruction of the arm, Fury Bear smashed hard on the coral golem. Supreme roar, wild rage. Like the last straw that broke the camel's back, the polar bearman shaman's iron palms with the power of thunder fell one after another, and the branches on the core of the coral golem continued to shatter and collapse. Finally, with the sound of a cable snapping, the coral golem's other arm that was inserted into the rock wall also broke. The huge golem fell directly from the sky, smashing a shallow pit, and shattered into pieces. At the last moment, Fury Bear used his sharp claws to hook onto the rock wall, and was now struggling to climb to the top of the cliff. Aside from him, the battle on the front was also in full swing. Taking advantage of the coral golem's previous offensive, the armored monsters and fish monsters also approached the defensive position. The first armored monster stepped on the flipboard trap, and its body was pierced by a wooden spike that flipped over, and blue blood spilled out. "Release the arrows!" Girseng shouted. This camel warlord was quite familiar with military matters. Try not to let them get close. More than 20 camel men were divided into 3 rows. They raised the long poles of the whip arrows, and with the help of centrifugal force, shot the arrows out. Many of the people on the floating raft relied on their short stature compared to the camel men to constantly shuttle between the camel archers' formation, and were responsible for holding the bundles of whip arrows that were already attached to the archers' hands. Without the need to change the arrows themselves, with the camel men's endurance, these archers could continue to shoot for a long time. Some of the arrows that were shot out directly penetrated the bodies of the monsters, and some were blocked by the carapace and scales. At this time, Captain Geller, who had been observing the momentum of the monster's attack, played a role. He could always find the right moment when the monster's attack was thwarted and command the polar bear men or camel guards to pull out the wooden wedges and release the rolling stones in time, clearing the entire path up the mountain in one go. There are no more rolling stones. When the last rolling stone was released, Geller immediately turned his head to report to Girseng. According to previous experience, in about 30 breaths, those monsters will attack again. Girseng pulled his apprentice. The proud Twin Peaks had just been initiated as an elemental shaman not long ago and had not mastered many spells, so he had not made any achievements before. Use what you have learned to block a wave of attacks. He pointed to the fine steel halberd in the young Twin Peak noble's hand. Whether it is martial arts or shaman spells, you can do it. I need some time. I will prove myself. There was no shirking. In fact, as a Twin Peak noble, he could not refuse. Whether it is strength or courage, I deserve the glory of a Twin Peak noble. Lifting his feet and stomping on the rocky ground a few times, the proud Twin Peaks added Stone Skin to himself. After jumping out of the front line, he went straight to the monster army that was waiting under the cliff. Just like how Quest brought up the rear, he didn't rely on martial arts, but brute force and Stone Skin to increase his defensive power. The young Twin Peak noble brandished his halberd, unleashing a peerless flurry between the monster fish and the armored monsters. This is a one-on-one. Looking at the endless battle scene, the young blue dragon hiding on the cliff sneered in his heart and was even more certain of his previous judgment. The battle in this plane is like a chicken pecking at each other. Maybe. Chapter 226. Maybe I was too gentle just now. Topulo pondered. He immediately felt the fall of the coral golem. Losing this big toy made the demonic fish a little distressed. As a demonic fish with 7 pairs of gills, Topulo had many ways to make up for the previous wrong decision. Just as proud Twin Peaks was fighting to prove the honor of the Twin Peaks aristocrat, Gearsen also prepared his own spells. Through communicating with the elemental spirit, the camel shaman combined the power of the elements with the priest's divine spells. He recited the spell that gave vitality to the elements, but his fingers drew a mysterious trajectory according to the teachings of the Twin Peaks king. Galloping Rock, Earth Spirit Guard. A granite boulder about the same size as the rolling stone pushed by the guards appeared out of thin air and quickly rolled down from the top of the cliff. Get out of the way. Gearsen quickly issued an order to proud Twin Peaks. The latter immediately jumped out of the cliff path and hooked the rock wall with his halberd. The granite boulders crushed the monsters one by one, breaking their formation into pieces. Even when it finally came to a stop on the beach, it was still spinning nonstop. With a cracking sound, the granite boulder suddenly exploded. Stone fragments and shards shot out in all directions, injuring many monsters nearby. Arms and legs stretched out from the boulder. The elemental spirit had adapted to the body of this material plane. The Galloping Rock turned into an Earth Spirit Guard and continued to fight. The Earth Spirit Guard didn't roar, and its appearance was not ferocious. Instead, it looked a little simple and honest, but its killing was simple and efficient. Push, block, smash, and press. Just 4 actions, used repeatedly, broke the bones of many fish monsters and made many armored monsters overturn their carapaces. Some monsters wanted to push it down and limit the attack of the Earth Spirit Guard in this way. But its limbs were basically the same. The moment it fell to the ground, its hands turned into legs. It continued its previous actions and launched an efficient attack again and again. Other than that, there was already a hazy orange glow on the horizon. The glimmer of dawn once again boosted everyone's morale. Someone should be here soon. Fury Bear, who had climbed up the cliff again, gently pushed away a polar bearman warrior who was trying to help him. He walked up to Gearsen and pretended to be calm as he asked, "After all, the beacon has been lit all night. Even a blind man should have seen it." Gearsen wanted to say a few words of comfort, but the rocky ground under his feet began to shake, and his legs stumbled. Red, loud, and ominous lightning tore through the sky, accompanied by darkness, not light. "What's the matter?" Over the rumbling thunder, Jelsing shouted to Fury Bear, knowing that the other man knew the storm better. "There's nothing wrong with the sky." The polar bear elemental shaman stretched out his palm and felt it. "I'm worried that..." The earth trembled again, and the sky flashed red. Fury Bear's words were interrupted. A terrible, ear-piercing sound of friction came from the ground, colliding with the shrill whistling above the clouds. The ground shook more and more violently. Whether it was the defenders on the cliff or the monsters below, all of them staggered and lost their balance. Many of them knelt on the ground. Gearson also staggered, but he tried to straighten his body, drawing strength from the surging elements. The camel shaman continued to cast spells. "Hurry up and rush down the cliff." Mixed with incomprehensible slang and curses, the people who were desperately guarding the cliff began to run down the path to the bottom of the cliff. The dust composed of rock debris and monster wreckage hit the crowd. They did not even have time to cry, and the monsters who could not even take care of themselves due to their swaying did not have time to attack. This, helping Gearsan, who was the last to walk down the cliff, Fury Bear pointed to the large shoal formed by the rapidly receding sea and asked in surprise, "Should we now?" he wanted to say. "Should we immediately organize a breakout?" After all, the surrounding monsters were still eyeing them covetously. But immediately, the polar bearman was stunned by the next scene. He tried to communicate with the elements to understand the situation, but the violent and disorderly response of the elemental spirit made his brain shut down immediately. "Run!" Keys pulled Koss, who was beside him, and pointed to the tall, broad-leaved plants that grew on the shore, similar to coconut trees, and said, "Climb up the tree and hug it tightly." At the place where the sea and the sky met, the water line that had been dyed red by the rising sun gradually rose and rushed to the shore at a speed several times faster than when it had just retreated. It turned out that the previous earthquake was just an omen of this great tsunami. At this time, the initiator of this disaster was hiding deep in the sea, constantly laughing. The demonic fish, Topulo, was also running away. In fact, although it could trigger a tsunami of such a scale, it did not mean that its body could withstand the tearing of the great force of nature. However, compared to the creatures on the shore, it only needed to retreat into the deep sea to avoid this danger. After that, it could send servants to follow the direction of the offshore current to find their targets or directly to find their corpses. This kind of remedy for the previous decision was really straightforward. Unlike the hunchback, polar bearmen, and floating raft people who desperately fled inland, the monster army that was abandoned by their masters desperately fled in the direction of the sea. For them, before the monstrous waves hit, they could only escape the tsunami by hiding in the deep sea in time. Therefore, the two sides that were fighting for life and death just now had no time to fight at this time. Instead, they opened up the distance between each other. "Don't run," looking at the approaching waves. Gearson shouted loudly, "Climb up the coconut tree and hug it tightly." The hunchback shaman was smarter. He took off his robe, went around the trunk, clamped a thick coconut tree trunk with his legs, and quickly climbed to the top of the trunk. The other hunchbacks were not so smart. Some were even injured by the falling coconuts from the shaking tree trunk. Polar bearmen were naturally good at swimming, so they did not immediately climb up the tree. Instead, they began to undress under the tree. They removed all the bronze plate armor that might be a burden and put it aside. "I will never leave my weapon." Wulfgar ignored Fury Bear's dissuasion. After taking off the bronze plate armor, he immediately carried the warhammer on his back and climbed to the top of the tree. There will definitely be a battle soon. As for the floating raft people, they did not quarrel or fight with the hunchback or polar bearman for the tall coconut tree. Because they were much lighter than the other two races, they were often able to hide in a coconut tree with several people. Furthermore, some of the more astute ones would use their belts to form a rope, binding the people who were close to each other. "Just stay there." Seeing that the waves were about to hit, and there were still hunchbacks who could not climb up the coconut tree, Gearson immediately shouted, "Hug the trunk tightly, try not to." The waves still covered the head of the hunchback shaman, even though he had already climbed to the top of the coconut tree. In an instant, the waves took away the right to speak for these land races. As for the right to live, it was only a matter of time before it was taken away. The proud twin peaks hugged the tree in front of him tightly. His brown skin was bloodless, and his eyes were closed. His noble attire, black footwear and pants. Together with the linen shirt, it was soaked and stuck tightly to his skin. However, he was still not the most overwhelmed group of people. The waves were sometimes high and sometimes low, so they would not always be under the water. But the lungs that were pressed by the seawater could not breathe, especially the hunchbacks who had no experience in breathing underwater. They would always inadvertently drink a large mouthful of salty seawater. Hold on. Seeing that some of the camels had let go of the tree trunk because they were drowning, Fury Bear took advantage of the break in the waves and roared at his compatriots. This tsunami won't last long. The waves will soon be unsustainable. As if to slap him in the face, before Fury Bear's voice died away, a huge wave of nearly 100 feet came crashing down. Kacha, 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 because there were too many excrements attached, the coconut trees on the coast were broken by the waves one after another. For a time, many people fell into the waves. Their cries for help sounded for a moment, and then they were swallowed by the following tide. Captain Koss, who was hugging the top of the coconut tree, firmly motioned the young blue dragon to look at the sea. His voice was filled with horror. The circular base was torn apart by the waves. Those planks and sailboats are rushing towards us. The two circular bases that were originally pushed to the shore by the monsters were all broken into pieces after a few waves, whether it was the one where Koss belonged or the one where the long-cheeked rafters lived. In order to slow down the corrosion of the seawater, many of the wood that made up the circular base were coated with tar. In the turbid and dark seawater, the black wood was not conspicuous, but it was very dangerous. Many of the polar bear men, who had taken off their bronze plate armor, had pieces of wood stuck in their bodies after a few rows of waves. In addition to the pieces of wood, the ships that were originally anchored inside the circular base were also washed up by the waves. Many people could have held on for a while by hugging the trees, but they were directly hit by the heavy ships and fell into the waves. Zhang Yuan, even without Koss' reminder, Keys saw the small boat that he had brought from the ash world. Thanks to the sturdy teak planks nailed into the shape of scales and the filling of the cracks with asphalt, the small sailboat had not been largely disintegrated or damaged in the great tsunami. Except for the mast that was broken by the waves, the rest of the hull was very intact. And the Zhang Yuan, which had broken the simple anchor, was coincidentally crashing into the coconut tree where Keys was. Have you learned how to jump? Keys asked Koss about a simple naval combat technique. After getting an affirmative answer, he immediately said, "I'll count to 3, 2, 1, and we'll move to the Zhang Yuan." Chapter 227. It turned out that regardless of whether a person could swim or not, they all wished they could have a boat after falling into the water, even if it was just a small dinghy. For example, like the Zhang Yuan. On the second day after being swept away by the offshore current, Keys' boat had already carried 7 people. It was already full and almost overloaded, considering that there were 2 extremely sturdy polar bear men and 3 even taller hunchback men among them. The hunchback men were a bit taller. As the captain, the young blue dragon had to pick up the broken trees that were swept into the sea with the help of the crew member Koss. He peeled off the bark and twisted it into ropes to make outboard brackets with extra floating objects on both sides of the Zhang Yuan. "Boy, this is for you," Fury Bear said to Koss. He climbed up the side of the boat from underwater and threw up a few fish he caught. "Is there any firewood on the boat? If not, you can eat the fish raw after removing the internal organs." Geller, one of the rescued camel men, pulled the chief of the Bearman tribe, and Fury Bear flipped into the cabin of the Zhang Yuan. "Don't start a fire if you can." Gearson handed a water bag to the polar bearman, who went into the sea to catch fish. The bag contained fresh water he made with the elemental shaman's ability. Maybe The guy who caused the tsunami is looking for us. The other two rescued people, Wolfgar and Proud Twin Peaks, were now helping to replace the mast of the Zhanyuan under the command of Keys. The young blue dragon had just picked up a suitable piece of broken wood from the sea. As long as the sail was repaired and the spare sail was raised, the camel shaman guaranteed that he could summon the magic wind and make the trimaran sail faster. "Where are we now?" Fury Bear asked the crew member Koss, who was trying to determine the course while drying his fur. "I mean, which direction is the land?" Although he tried to make himself look kind, his originally ferocious appearance still made Koss a little nervous. "Mr. Fury Bear, I'm not sure yet. I have to find a reference point. For example, there's a sandbar ahead." The little boy looked back and shouted excitedly to Keys. As people who drifted on the sea all year round, even if they didn't encounter shipwrecks every day, it wasn't rare either. Therefore, compared to the hunchback and the polar bear people, they had more experience in dealing with such disasters. There were only two places in the island world that were suitable for the reproduction of races. They were occupied by the Camel People Empire and the Polar Bear People Federation. Other than that, there were actually many small islands scattered around. Of course, most of the resources there were not enough to support even a circular base. However, the ancestors of the floating raft people still explored these miniature islands one by one, and they left information on them: the location of food and clean drinking water, the nearby sea routes, the names of the circular bases that they might pass by. They left behind a complete set of information so that in the event of a shipwreck in the future, they could rely on this information to find a way to survive if their fellow clansmen were stranded here. Day after day, year after year, on almost every lone island in the island world, the people on the floating raft had left behind rescue information that had been updated over the generations. However, this information was written using ancient human symbols. Even if other races occasionally found these symbols when they landed, they would mistake them for the special texture of the rocks. And Koss, who grew up in the circular base, could naturally read those symbols. He was very excited when he saw the sandbar. The repaired mast was hung with a spare sail. Gearsen personally summoned the magic wind to drive it. Coupled with the temporary hydrofoil that Keys had added to the Zhanyuan, the trimaran galloped on the sea. After a while, they were close to the shore of the sandbar. This sandbar doesn't look small. As they were close to the shore, there was no need to take care of the sail. Keys stood on the bow and commanded the cheap passengers on the ship to pull the Zhanyuan onto the beach while looking at the land in front of him. You can say that it's a small island. At first, they thought that it was just a sandbar in the sea. There were a few grassy dunes in the middle and at most one or two slightly salty springs. But who would have thought that when they got closer, they found that it was far from it? Have you found the rock beacon that recorded the information? Keys approached a rock where Koss was looking around. What did you find? The little boy scratched his head in confusion and pointed to a few obvious scratches on the rock wall. It's a bit strange here. There should be information about our location, but it's scraped clean. He continued to explain. Instead, it points out that if we sail east for 2 days, we can reach another sandbar and how to get some food and water nearby. This is because they don't want others to know where this is. Koss thought for a moment and came up with a possible answer. It's even better not to stay here. This means someone lives here and doesn't want to be disturbed. Keys agreed with his idea. Based on your experience, where should we be now? We've been drifting for less than 2 days. It stands to reason that we shouldn't be too far away from the Camel Empire. Koss squatted down and groped in a grass nest for a while. He took out a few wild onions. Yes, this wild onion is a specialty near this island chain. There's a relevant record in the logbook of the circular base. I remember it clearly. That circular base, the one that sent people to assassinate the polar bearman's diplomatic mission. Have you been in contact with it before? Keyes suddenly thought of a possibility, so he asked Koss. And the time of landing of the two circular bases, isn't it a little too close? No, I've never seen that base before. And the little boy recalled the details of the night before. Some of those people were wearing clothes made of sealskin, which is a specialty of thick, sturdy island. Most of them were sold by walrus merchants in the Federation. If they had traded there more often, it stands to reason that their circular base should be built with fir wood. But according to my observation, the main material of the circular base was bamboo. This is a kind of wood that can only be produced in the small islands near the Camel Empire. The long-gilled rafters. Obviously, there was an advance intelligence to assassinate the polar bearman's diplomatic mission. The two-humped camel noble who was both a priest and an elemental shaman, the landing of the demonic fish on the beach, not far from the Camel Empire, on a miniature island that clearly displayed a strangers are not allowed to enter posture. At first glance, the strange information that seemed to have no connection was instantly connected. Keyes suddenly understood. He had a vague but reasonable guess about this series of events. First of all, the assassination at the trading market was obviously for the purpose of sending people to their deaths. In other words, someone knew the whereabouts of the polar bearman's diplomatic mission and could send the long-gilled rafters to their deaths. If he listened to the dead captive, then the mastermind behind the scenes was the demonic fish, or even the Council of Seven Gills. This could be linked to the subsequent monster attack and the tsunami caused by the demonic fish. However, if he thought about it carefully, although this reasoning was logically sound, there were problems with the details. First, if the demonic fish really wanted to kill an important person in the polar bearman's diplomatic mission, then they could have sent more elite assassins to directly carry out the assassination. There was no need to play hard to get and lure them to the beach. Second, to be able to arrive at the trading market in such a short period of time, the place where the long-gilled rafters lived was probably not too far from the Empire's borders. The strangers are not allowed to approach. Island that Keyes and company had landed on was very suspicious. Third, even if the Empire's control over the sea was very weak, there were a large number of long-gilled rafters living in this sea area that was close to the Camel's forces. There was definitely a higher-up of the Camel people who knew about their situation. Therefore, the young blue dragon came to a more reasonable guess. Those long-gilled rafters might not have been ordered by the demonic fish. The demonic fish that was powerful enough to cause a tsunami might only be a participant in the entire matter or even a tool. The real mastermind behind the scenes was hidden in the higher-ups of the Camel Empire. They planned this matter to catch the polar bearman's diplomatic mission, some camel people in the trading market, and the extra rafters in one fell swoop. This also explained why the demonic fish appeared. This conspiracy would kill some important figures in the island world's Camel Empire and the Polar Bearman Federation at the same time. It was completely possible that it would cause unrest among the land races. Therefore, they were happy to take action and help. It had to be said that the brain was a good thing and the intelligence of Megalosaurus was generally not low, except for the details of using the reader's letter to catch the big fish. Topulo, Keyes' guess almost restored the facts of the entire matter. Then, what's the identity of the higher-ups of the camel people? The young blue dragon held his chin and thought. To be able to make the demonic fish appear in this matter, it shouldn't be their spy. Keyes was able to come to this more advanced conclusion thanks to his previous trip to the lower plane. As a commander on the demon's side, he learned the advanced way of thinking about the motive from the Bator race. If the mastermind of this matter was sent by the demonic fish to the higher-ups of the Camel Empire like the shape-shifting monster, he had encountered before, then there was a high probability that the demonic fish would not appear in this matter. Because in that case, while causing unrest among the land races, it was very likely to arouse their common hatred for a common enemy. After eliminating the possibility of the demonic fish being a spy, the question of who is the mastermind behind this matter could be screened from the perspective of the ultimate beneficiary. Simply put, whoever gained the most would be the biggest suspect. However, due to the interference of the young blue dragon, the fait accompli of the whole matter, the deaths of Wulfgar and Geirsen did not come to fruition. Therefore, the mastermind might not be able to obtain the final reward that he expected. How should I get a share? Keyes secretly thought as he looked at the people who were busy on the shore. Soon after, an imperceptible smile appeared on his face. Chapter 228. In the Double Peak Temple, the hunchback emperor sat upright with an angry look on his face. However, if someone happened to be standing behind him, they would notice that the twin peaks behind him were trembling slightly. Usually, the emperor would only show this kind of special body language when he was suppressing the extreme joy in his heart. Do you know? The emperor slammed his palms on the gilded armrest of the chair as he stood up and asked sternly, "How important is that polar bearman named Wulfgar?" He's the only son of the chief of the polar bearmen, the common ruler of the 31 tribal states of the Federation. In the face of the furious emperor, dozens of Double Peak nobles knelt before the Dan Emperor and trembled in fear. Caesar, a mature Double Peak noble, was the first to break the silence among the courtiers. What we need now is action, not blame. No one wants that to happen. After seeing the beacon fire, the nearby troops immediately rushed to the headland to reinforce. But who knew there was a tsunami? The hunchback emperor interrupted him rudely. "But if you didn't spend your time on decorating your tattoos with ochre, comparing which food is more suitable for dinner between cheese and braised cod, counting the number of steel coins in the pitoy jar, all kinds of boring and time-wasting aristocratic family affairs, the distinguished guests from the Federation might have been saved and escaped the disaster. Your Majesty, a single peak hunchback servant did not use the Caesar that only nobles could address him. Instead, he quickly ran over and whispered beside the emperor, 'The Federation's embassy has received the news.' They said, before they get a satisfactory explanation, the tin or trade this year will be temporarily canceled and will be discussed later. Tin was an important component of bronze. Since they began to study metallurgy, the hunchback's demand for this metal had greatly increased. However, the reserves of tin ore in the empire were very limited. On the contrary, the various mineral resources on Hojian Island were abundant. In the annual official trade between the Federation and the Empire, the most important commodity was tin ore. It was a veritable highlight. When the emperor informed the Double Peak nobles present of this news, everyone was in an uproar. They are not the only ones who have suffered casualties. The Twin Peak noble, who had just been interrupted, was quite experienced. He did not give up expressing his opinion just because of the emperor's taunt. 2 Twin Peak nobles, Geirsen and Proud, along with a whole team of guards, have all disappeared. It is very likely that they have died in battle. Moreover, many merchants in the market can testify that the polar bear men were assassinated by the raft men before they went to the coast. We can give a satisfactory explanation, which is that the raft men and the demonic fish are in cahoots with each other. The Empire and the Federation are both victims. That's not enough. Just like what you said just now, the emperor said calmly. His emotions did not seem to be as agitated as before. Other than a reasonable but pale explanation, we should take action. Soon after the monarch and minister's memorial ended, on a craggy cliff somewhere along the coast of the Imperium, a bronze gate slowly opened. a total of 30 type galleys, which represented the highest shipbuilding level of the Camel people, lined up and sailed out of the secret military port. These large ships made of metal and blackened wood were both sturdy and ferocious. Fir trees were used as the keel. Cut cypress planks were glued together with alchemy glue and then tenoned together to form the hull. The seams were filled with pitch and tar. The hull was equipped with bronze spikes, which were specially used to prevent monsters from attaching themselves and climbing up. Each ship was equipped with a spellcaster team made up of several elemental shamans and camel priests. Some summoned magic wind to fill the square sails on the mast and cooperate with the oarsmen to speed up the ship. Some concentrated on boiling potions made from root plants and poured them into the sea, leaving patches of brownish-red stains. When the ships sailed past and the stains dispersed, a large number of corpses of poisoned fish, prawns, and crabs would gradually float on the surface of the sea. It was a ghastly sight. On a nameless island near the sea of the Camel Empire, Keyes, who obtained the last piece of the puzzle from Kos, quickly deduced the truth of the whole matter. At this time, his mind was full of thoughts on how to fish in troubled waters and how to get a share of the loot. "Captain," Kos's shout came from afar. "There's an abandoned boat in the grass. It seems to be a small boat." Small boat was a term inherited from ancient humans. In the Camel people's language, it should be called a cluck boat. It was round and short, with only one sail and one steering oar. It only needed 1 or 2 sailors to operate. When building a cluck boat, the skeleton needed to be made with willow branches first, then soaked in oak bark solution and soaked in lanolin before wrapping it around the skeleton. Finally, the entire hull was sewn together with linen thread and leather strips. The process was very simple. The Camel people used to use this kind of boat. Pointing at the moldy hull, the boy explained, "Moreover, this boat looks like it has been abandoned for a long time. The cowhide is moldy, and the oars are broken." Hearing Kos's greeting, several passengers on the Voyager also came over. Gearson saw the cluck boat hidden in the grass, and the old camel also recognized the shape of the boat. "So, we should still be near the Empire." After listening to the boy's explanation, Wulfgar was the first to ask. Knowing that his disappearance might cause diplomatic problems, the son of the polar bear chief was a little anxious. "I'll go find some wet firewood to light the smoke signal. The Empire should have sent a search and rescue fleet to find us." A broad palm touched his shoulder. Fury Bear could understand Wulfgar's feelings at the moment, but the polar bear chief hoped that the boys who were swept away by the tsunami could be rescued. "Son," Fury Bear said in a low voice, "don't worry. Before you expect help, you must first understand your situation." And he paused. "Maybe we still have a fight to fight." After saying this, the polar bearman known as Thunder Roar let out his signature roar. He quickly leaped into the distance where the vegetation was lush. After a few cries of pain and the sound of some wooden poles breaking, Fury Bear stood up again. The rafters with gills. Gearson immediately noticed the gills on the shoulders when he saw the polar bear carrying a captive with bare shoulders. Cluck boat, near the Empire's coastline. Like a thunderbolt across the sky, the camel shaman suddenly thought of something, but there was a flash of doubt in his eyes. The elder finally fell asleep after tossing and turning. The illusion dragged him, oppressed, mocked, and tortured him. The illusion was vague, the scene of peace and prosperity and the image of disaster intertwined in his mind. Their tribe had settled here for more than 30 years. The Camel Empire accepted them and gave them abundant resources that other circular bases had never received. In exchange, their tribe received a secret transformation, and their bodies grew gills that allowed them to breathe underwater. Of course, this was nothing at all. Compared to the harvested resources, the elemental shaman born among the tribe and the ability to have solid land that other people on the raft had never had. This physical transformation that was beneficial to living on the sea was actually a gift from a certain point of view. But 2 days ago, when the Lord of the Camel Empire directly sent an order, the elder had an ominous premonition. Originally, it was inconvenient to do some dirty work for the Lord, such as intercepting merchant ships, dealing with exiled political dissidents, and so on. They were all willing to do it. Since they could breathe in the water, it was easy for them to do things. But when the people of the Sky Clan left, he had a trace of hesitation. Night was surrounded by illusions. He stood there with nothing under his feet. There were only stars and the ink-black sky around him. It was the same above and below him, the images of the elemental spirits of fire, earth, air, and water were all angry, sullen, and furious. The water surged and surrounded him. The air turned into a gust of wind that whipped him. The powerful storm lifted the ship and destroyed the 3 circular bases that their tribe had far surpassed their peers. Then came the flames, occasionally struck by lightning. The flames were like birds protecting their nests, pouncing on the houses where the tribe lived. Just as he was about to be killed by the flames in the illusion disappeared. He was safe and sound. His whole body was trembling as he gasped for breath. Time passed by, and nothing happened. However, the illusion continued. For a moment, he felt a rumbling sound under his feet. He knew that the air, water, flames, and earth had already made a painful sound. They had warned him, but he had never paid attention to it before. The creatures in the sea died in batches, and the corpses of various sea creatures floated on the surface of the sea. Without the support of these creatures, the land under their feet could not support his people at all. They would die in the end. No, he shouted and sat up straight. He blinked his eyes to adjust to the light from the whale oil candles in the hut. "What's wrong, master?" The young apprentice heard his master shout and walked into the hut. His words were clear and powerful, completely unaffected by the illusions that made the elder uneasy. The elder wanted to open his mouth to answer, but his mind suddenly turned dark, just like the scene in the illusions. He dreamed of something. He had to recall this matter and tell, I don't know, he murmured. Something terrible is about to happen. The elemental spirits seem to be warning me, and my shaman path is not perfect. I don't know what it is, but we'd better leave here quickly. The young apprentice nodded. "I understand." After saying that, he stabbed a sharp bronze dagger into his master's chin under the elder's surprised gaze. "For His Majesty." Chapter 229. After some interrogation, beating, stabbing, and pinning his feet to the ground with wrought tan, Gearson finally got some valuable information from the captive patrol members. This island was located near the southern border of the Camel Empire, and it was less than a day's journey with the wind. The residents of the island were indeed people with long gills. They had 3 circular bases and made a living by fishing and raising seafood. Long gills were a physical feature that was only popularized in the last 20 years. Only a few people grew parotid glands earlier. The leader of the island was an elemental shaman who had close contact with the Empire's top officials and often sent supplies. Teacher, proud Twin Peaks turned sideways and whispered beside Gearson, "Irrelevant people, let's get rid of them." The young elemental shaman squinted at the young blue dragon and Koss, who were tasting some kind of wild onion. Flames surged in the palm hidden behind his back, and a shaman's spell similar to the burning hand had taken shape. "If I were you," a rough voice sounded beside him as Wolfgar walked to the camel with a warhammer, "I would never have such an idea. When you make a move, that person will kill you first." Before proud Twin Peaks could finish his words, he was interrupted by the polar bear chief's son. "We are not in the same group." He deliberately raised his voice and continued, "In fact, I wanted to visit Mr. Gearsan, but the members of the diplomatic group were involved in the conspiracy." Wolfgar glanced at Gearsan. "Now it seems that my innocent compatriots who died must be related to the internal strife among you camels. You should be responsible for the whole thing." The Twin Peaks aristocrat was just about to refute when Gearsan reached out and grabbed his arm. "Son of the great chief," he pointed out Wolfgar's identity. "I agree with you. I actually have plans to find out the mastermind of this conspiracy." After that, Gearsan turned and walked in the direction of the islanders' gathering place according to the captive, leaving proud Twin Peaks in the same place with a gloomy face. "Let's follow them," Wolfgar said to Fury Bear, who had walked to his side. Fury Bear nodded. "You're right. Before we get help, we might have to fight." Interesting. Chewing on the wild onion and savoring the sweetness amidst the spiciness, the young blue dragon spoke to Koss, who was helping him collect gifts for Blue the Ogre. "Do you want to watch the show? As usual, stay by my side." The island was in the shape of a crescent moon. It was neither big nor small. Following the patrolling path obtained from the captives, the few of them didn't walk for long before they arrived at a settlement that had the typical style of the floating raft people. 2 circular bases were anchored in the middle of the bay. Similar to the one they saw earlier, they were mainly made of bamboo and wood. More buildings were scattered along the coastline, and there were signs that the villages were turning into small towns. In the woods far away from the coast, there were pieces of land that had obviously been cultivated for a long time. Many people were working in the fields. Because he was very confident in his combat power, Gearsan did not hide his figure, nor did he ask his companions to do so. The hunchback shaman master waved his hand, and the summoned air elemental carried his message and floated to the settlement of the floating raft people. Since there was an elemental shaman here, he might as well use a shaman's way of greeting. A message that surprised Gearsan came back with the wind. Could it be? How could this be? Logically speaking, if there was an elemental shaman here, even if they were hostile, the elemental spirit would give Gearsan a reply. However, the air elemental brought the message that the elemental spirit was collapsing. Only the elemental spirits of a few apprentices were left here. Woo-woo. The sound of a conch sounded, and the settlement of the floating raft people suddenly became busy. Many young men suddenly dropped their work and ran to a building, and then came out fully armed. Under the leadership of a young man, the militia quickly locked on to the position of Gearsan and the others. After a little assembly, they rushed over. They were armed and angry, and their response was obvious. Avenge the elder. Kill the invaders. Hearing the slogans shouted by the militia as they ran, the son of the polar bear chief was the first to react. Wolfgar picked up his war hammer and said loudly to everyone on his side, seemingly to Fury Bear, "Get ready for battle." Sure enough, there was still a fight. As the militia gradually approached, several of them pursed their lips and made a pow-pow sound. "Captain, be careful." Koss, who was also a member of the floating raft people, immediately reminded Keys. "They have sea dogs." Sea dogs were not fur seals, but a kind of creature that the floating raft people domesticated to help them hunt. They looked like large dogs, amphibious with webbed membranes between their toes, and a flat tail like a rudder. This kind of creature could run freely on land. They were ferocious and good at besieging. A group of sea dogs could even kill whales. Due to their large appetite, a normal circular base could not afford to feed them. However, the larger circular bases would have people who specially raised them to help the floating raft people hunt or deal with enemies. After receiving the signal from their master, The sea dogs that were lying on the ground immediately launched a fierce attack. However, Keyes was quick to react. With a light flick of his spear, he pierced the stomachs of a few beasts and protected Koss. The polar bear people were abnormally strong. Any sea dog that dared to approach would either be hit by Wulfgar's hammer or Fury Bear's palm. Girsan, who was proficient in the way of the elemental shaman, clapped his hands a few times. The sea dogs that surrounded him heard a burst of sound in their ears. They suddenly fainted and fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Only the young Twin Peak noble was unlucky. As he lost his weapon in the tsunami, he could only hold a flame in his hand and beat the sea dogs that pounced on him. However, he was still careless. His calf was bitten, and a piece of muscle was torn off by the sea dog's sharp teeth. "Ah, teacher, save me." The proud Twin Peak fell to the ground in pain and shouted loudly. However, Wulfgar, who was closer to him, took the initiative to smash a few sea dogs' heads with his hammer and saved his life. Thank you." The pain from the wound made the young hunchback speak in a trembling voice. "Despicable and deformed ants, I will not let any of them go." For the sake of revenge, or rather, to put his words into practice, the proud Twin Peaks endured the pain of his muscles being torn apart. He chanted the most powerful shaman spell that he could grasp word by word, summoning flames and forming a wall that roasted his flesh. No! Seeing the mutated floating raft people who rushed to the front, covered in flames and wailing as they rolled down the hill, Girsan quickly cast a spell to extinguish the wall of flames. "Don't kill them. We have to learn more from them." Girsan stopped talking. Suddenly, a thick fog rose from the sea in the distance and rolled toward the shore, at a speed visible to the naked eye. The thick fog covered the circular base on the shore and the residential area of the mutated floating raft people on the shore. After all, the militia was still the militia. Seeing the strange fog engulfing their town, the young and strong mutated floating raft people immediately rioted. "My little Sally is alone at home. My old mother is still washing the yarn net." Worried about their families, many of the militia turned around and left the enemies in front of them to the others. They turned back and ran quickly to the residential area. In order to speed up, some people even threw away their weapons and took off their armor. The elemental shaman apprentice, who took the lead, shouted a few times. Of course, he knew about the thick fog, but there were others working there. And now he needed the help of these militia to stop Girsan and his men and eliminate the hidden danger for his majesty. Electric sparks flashed in his hands. He wanted to kill a few deserters to stop them from escaping, but who knew that the fog would sweep in so fast that he was also covered by it before the spell was activated. The rumbling of drums came from the thick fog. "It's the fleet of the Empire." Girsan immediately recognized the drumbeat. A sharp pain came from the back of his waist. A dagger was deeply inserted into the flesh of the camel shaman. The sound of drums, explosions, and cries from the settlement of the mutated floating raft people sounded one after another, drowning out Girsan's cry of pain. The culprit who stabbed him in the back took advantage of the thick fog to drag his injured leg and quickly fled to the deeper part of the fog. "I can't leave now," proud Twin Peaks thought as he walked. "Caesar wants to clean up this group of mutated floating raft people. There must be other elemental shamans here. As long as I can get in touch with them, I will be able to safely withdraw with the evidence of the token." Proud Twin Peaks was not sure if he could kill Girsan with one blow, and because the polar bearman named Fury Bear was also a master of shamanism, proud Twin Peaks walked very cautiously in the thick fog. From time to time, he would summon small groups of air elements to disturb the fog behind him, so that the bloody smell of the wound could quickly dissipate. At the same time, his elemental spirit, which had just been transformed from the elemental essence, was circulating rapidly at the moment, trying to perceive other unfamiliar elemental spirits. Except for Gearsan and Fury Bear, the existing elemental spirits on this island must belong to the shamans sent by the Emperor. Relying on this remaining sense of direction, proud Twin Peaks slowly groped in the thick fog and came to the settlement of the mutated floating raft people. Help! A cry for help came from beside him. But when the person saw his figure clearly, he immediately turned around and ran. Unfortunately, before he could run 2 steps, the man's head was cut off by a sharp halberd. The 32nd one, the single-humped camel warrior said to his companion, as if he was showing off. But immediately, he heard footsteps from proud Twin Peaks. "There's movement over there. Let's go and see." Proud Twin Peaks saw that it was 2 ordinary single-humped camel warriors. Proud Twin Peaks showed a proud expression on his face. "Where are the shamans? I have something important to tell them. Caesar has personally entrusted this matter to me. There can't be any mistakes." Chapter 230. "You have to be responsible for what you say," the commander of the Nair fleet said solemnly as he took the token handed to him by the young Twin Peak noble, just like we were told before we joined the fleet. As a unit directly under the Emperor, every member of the Nair fleet was required to swear to keep the fleet's secrets. Because of this, the fleet had been quietly developing for decades, but very few people in the Empire knew of its existence. "You can check my token." He glanced at the small ceramic bottle in the commander's hand and replied calmly with the same solemn tone, "The information inside can prove my identity and the goal of my operation." A camel elemental shaman walked out from the shadow behind Commander Nair, bowed with both hands on his chest, and took the token. One of his palms turned into stone and crushed the ceramic bottle, revealing the inscribed text on the inner wall. "Proud, son of Asa Twin Peaks, direct descendant of the 28 pillar nations of the Camel people, ordered by Caesar, taught by warlord Gearsan, and lurked by his side, at the appropriate time, has the right to eliminate the hidden danger of rebellion. 54555859. 54555859. After reading this message and verifying it with Proud's previous self-description, the commander smiled. "You've worked hard and suffered such serious injuries." He walked to the young camel and extended both hands to shake hands. The other party naturally took the initiative to shake hands. "Have a safe journey." The young Twin Peak noble was a little stunned by these strange words, but his reaction was still slow. His hands were firmly grasped by the commander. The camel shaman's palms that had turned into stone flashed with electric light and crackled after the stone chips were removed. He closed his 5 fingers, and like a hot knife cutting butter, he reached into Proud's chest and directly pulled out the young Twin Peak noble's burning heart. 54. 55 to 58. 59. The password means eliminate hidden danger. As if out of the last bit of mercy to the younger Twin Peak noble, the commander explained to Proud at the last moment before his death. Of course, this was only the last bit of mercy. After completing the task of eliminating hidden dangers, the camel elemental shaman summoned a ball of flame and turned the residents of the Proud Twin Peaks and the mutated raft people into ashes. "Sir," a captain of the Nair Fleet's Marine Corps ran over. "We've finished searching this area, but the total number of people reported by each team is inconsistent with the number you provided. There's at least a gap of 1/3. The commander made a prompt decision and ordered, "Summon the elemental shamans to dispel the fog, and don't let the priests land for the time being." He thought for a moment. Warlord Gearsan may not be dead yet. In addition to being an elemental shaman, he is also a camel priest. It's best to confirm first. I'll take someone to confirm it. The camel shaman, hiding in the shadow, volunteered. According to the information brought by proud Twin Peaks, even if Gearsen had been killed, there was still thunder roaring of the polar bear men. He was the only one who could ensure that nothing would go wrong. If necessary, I'll let the traitor die again. The commander nodded, tacitly agreeing with the camel shaman's words. He then allocated manpower. 2 teams of fully armed Marines and 5 other elemental shamans. After dealing with the work here, he left with the rest of the people. In addition to cleaning up the island, the commander's orders also included recovering some things. Under the joint casting of the elemental shamans, the thick fog that shrouded the entire island gradually receded. The corpses of the mutated raft people with long cheeks had been gathered, dragged into the buildings, and poured with kerosene to clean them up. The air was filled with a salty and slightly bloody smell, coupled with the black smoke produced by the burning of the buildings. The combination of the two covered everyone's mood with a layer of filth. Even if they were just intoxicated with the pleasure of killing, when the tragedy of the massacre was really revealed, the well-trained camel warriors of the Nair fleet felt an indescribable sense of oppression and discomfort. After all, they were not the demons of the lower realm. No one was born to be an executioner. The tragic scene in front of them made every camel feel a little distressed and somewhat empathetic. A low building stood in the smoke and dust. Although it was located in the center of the mutated raft people's settlement and was faintly complemented by other buildings, there was nothing conspicuous about it. The outer wall was covered with mud wrapped in grass and trees, and layers of palm leaves were laid as the roof. The door of this building was quite unique. Not only were the blind corners wrapped in metal, but there were even dozens of bronze nails embedded on the door as decoration. "Open the door." The commander of the Nair fleet said, a long line of words from his mouth. It was different from the language the camel people were familiar with, but it expressed his intention. He activated the password. The additional spell came into effect, and the wooden door opened. After entering, "Bring back the stolen treasure. Remember, listen to my command." Behind the wooden door, or in this small house, there was an entrance to the crypt and a long staircase hidden. With the commander as the head, a whole team of 30 camel warriors filed in. The stairs were a little steep and slippery, and it was a little difficult to go down. But the height of the passage was high enough, at least with the height of the single-humped camel. They could walk smoothly as long as they lowered their heads, slightly. Every time they went down a flight of stairs, the commander would order people to light the whale oil lamps in the alcoves of the passage, so they did not have to worry about walking in the dark. After walking for about 1/10 of an hourglass, these camel people finally stepped on the flat ground. The commander rubbed the ground with his hand, took a torch, and inserted it into the hole reserved in advance. With a whoosh, a line of fire spread out from the commander's position until the lamps on the surrounding walls and dome were ignited. The underground hall instantly lit up. Pieces of green bricks were paved into the floor, and in the center of the hall was a round table built with pine wood. A lead box was placed on the table. Minerva's skull was placed in the lead box at the moment. Not unlike the camel people and polar bear people, the ancient human kingdoms of the island world also gave birth to various ancestral spirits, primitive gods, due to ancestor worship. After the great cataclysm, the human kingdoms were destroyed, and the racial inheritance was close to being cut off. Those powerful and weak primitive gods, like their believers, fell into a deep sleep one after another and then died out. But gods were gods after all. Even if they did not even have weak divine power, they would not leave no trace like mortals after they died. For example, this god named Minerva still kept her head after she died. "Don't think too much," the commander of the Nair fleet reminded. If it were not for Gearsen's special identity, he would have been accompanied by a few camel priests at this time. This, this strange object is very dangerous. You'd better pray the camel god's prayers in your hearts at all times. Minerva was once a god who wielded the authority of wisdom and thought. The head she left behind had long been crystallized and had lost its self-consciousness. But even so, the remaining divine power could still change the surrounding reality. In fact, after this strange object was obtained by an emperor of the empire, it had been studied by the elemental shamans and priests of the camel people for many years. Now, they had basically determined its only remaining function. Minerva's skull could read the thoughts of mortals, and then use divine power to drive a prayer spell in a sense, but it could only work on the creatures who gave it the thoughts. Those floating rafters with gills were its products, because they drifted on the sea all year round. Being able to breathe freely in the sea was an ability that the floating rafters hoped to obtain from a survival point of view. With a little guidance on this need, the thoughts would become strong enough, and Minerva's skull would be able to accept them. The physical mutation of the floating rafters would then occur through selective breeding. This trait change could be stably inherited. Of course, Minerva's skull could not be used indefinitely. The divine power contained in it would be reduced every time it was used. And similar to the prayer spell, if one did not plan carefully, the more persistent the thought, the more unacceptable the result would be. Once, when experimenting with the function of this strange object, some elemental shamans used strengthening their elemental spirits as a thought to input into Minerva's skull. As a result, his elemental spirit was directly replaced by an earth jinn sultan from an inner elemental plane. Feeling offended, the earth jinn aristocrat directly cast a spell and turned the camel shaman into a diamond statue. In the years when the camel people were experimenting with the function of Minerva's skull, similar situations had happened more than once. Later, they gave up on using the camel people as test subjects and switched to other species for experiments. The floating rafters with mutated parotid glands were the product of subsequent experiments. The task of retrieving this strange object should have been carried out by devout priests, but the commander had brought enough manpower. Heterogeneous thoughts would make it difficult for Minerva's skull to accept, and it would not be suddenly activated. At the same time, this strange object was stored in a special lead box, which could also play a certain role in isolation. Be careful, the commander of the Nair fleet reminded himself. He moved the torch near the lead box and repeatedly read the various precautions engraved on it to ensure that there were no mistakes. Handle it gently. Don't cast spells nearby. Don't open the lid. Just as he was about to put his hands on the buckles on both sides of the lead box, there was a series of plop sounds coming from the crypt hall. The commander turned around abruptly, only to find that the soldiers he brought had all collapsed on the cold floor, and he did not know whether they were dead or alive. Hearing the light footsteps behind him, he immediately pulled out the iron sword at his waist, turned his body sideways, and swung the sword backward. Then, the commander of the fleet found that he was still in the position of turning sideways, fixed in midair by a force. What's this? After doing all this, Keyes looked at his spoils of war and asked calmly, "What treasure is hidden in this box?" The young blue dragon flicked his finger, and the lid of the lead box was instantly opened. A ripple of golden light suddenly shot out from it and entered the body of Keyes, who was dazzled by the light. Chapter 231. The transformation took place quickly. The divine power contained in Minerva's skull instantly took effect, due to the young blue dragon's passive self-adaptation ability. This relic of a god was put to the best use. Roar! While the commander of Nar's fleet was dumbfounded, Keyes tilted his head back and opened his mouth to an extent that a real human could not achieve. He let out a strange, wavy roar. This roar hit the eardrums of all the camels in the underground hall. A few warriors who had just recovered from the stunned state were immediately stunned again in the mixed echoes. Stone chips fell from the dome and walls. The camel commander had no time to care about the others. He ran toward the cave stairs. He did not want to use his life to test the sturdiness of this underground building. Keys tilted his hands back and stirred up a gust of wind in the narrow space. All the camels were pushed to the corner of the wall. What is he doing? Commander, Nar looked back as he fled in panic. He saw the almost extinguished candles in the niche flickered in the sudden gust of wind, projecting strange, dancing shadows. Behind the young blue dragon's humanoid form, the shadows began to expand and grow, twisting like a living creature. When the shadow rose, its form changed. A pair of huge wings pierced through the shadows and spread out. The area it covered was even larger than the area of the hall. Suddenly, the ground cracked open. Hot steam spread above the crack. In the depths of the crack, the orange-red magma and the liquid flames that fell from the mouth of Keys's dragon body shone brightly. Flames, lightning, and force fields from all directions all gathered here. Fortunately, the commander of Nar's fleet reacted in time. Otherwise, he would have been buried deep underground by the collapsed stones like his subordinates. After transplanting the heart of the golden dragon and absorbing the scales of the power energy dragon, the young blue dragon's passive self-adaptation ability allowed him to successfully complete the mutation and evolution. However, it was ultimately caused by an external object. The physical changes brought about by the mutation were not perfect. In fact, it was precisely because he was unable to control his own power that the young blue dragon had chosen to take human form. Minerva's skull, on the other hand, made up for the shortcoming of passive adaptability and began to adjust his dragon body from the inside out. His body size, which was already far superior to his peers, grew again. This was the most obvious change brought about by this conditioning. Using a larger body size to accommodate more power, it had to be said that it was very reasonable. Of course, this kind of adjustment would consume an astonishing amount of energy. While Keys's body and bones were growing, his muscles and muscles were dissolving at an even faster rate. At this moment, the divine power contained in Minerva's skull worked again. The remaining power of Minerva, the ancient human god of the island world, was summoned and nourished Keys's withered body across the river of time. The power of the gods was to change and reshape reality, but this power was limited by their priesthood and domain. Fortunately, Keys's passive self-adaptation ability was similar to Minerva's skull and was exceptionally compatible. The 3-in-1 process of evolution, mutation, absorption of divine power, optimization, and adjustment was repeated repeatedly until the young blue dragon's self-reconstruction was almost complete. The divine power in Minerva's skull was also completely exhausted. Not a single cent more, not a single cent less. It was just right. The feeling is just right. Keys, who had fallen into the underground lava lake through the crack he had torn open, stretched his body. The temperature of the lava could no longer do anything to this megalosaurus. This power is awesome. Thinking about the divine power his body had just devoured, the young blue dragon began to recall the taste of that power. Every cell in his body was jumping with joy, instinctively wanting to roar loudly. However, his IQ was still online, and he did not lose the high ground of rationality. Thinking about the island above his head, he now knew that this island was originally a volcanic island, and experiencing the lava that had begun to surge and tumble under his dragon body as if it could rise at any time, Keys immediately restrained his urge to roar. After all, the only person he knew on the island world, the child named Kas, was still on the island. Moreover, This volcanic island was in a good location, and it was very convenient for the young blue dragon to carry out some of the plans that he had already thought of. Therefore, there was no need to destroy it. Thinking of this, Kiza's heart stirred. A force field emanated from his body as if he was waving his arm, suppressing the bubbling lava. Of course, he was very clear about the principle of letting it out is better than blocking it. Following the approximate location in his memory, Keys turned over and dived into the lava lake. He waved his sharp claws and began to dig in a direction with all his might. He estimated in his mind that he had probably reached a suitable position, and then he began to wave his claws upward. Earthwork could be regarded as a blue dragon's talent, so Keys did it very smoothly. Not long after, he used his brute force to dig out an outlet for the magma that was suppressed by the force field. In the process of digging, the passive adaptive ability that had also been optimized quickly came into effect. The young blue dragon's front claws began to gradually grow longer, becoming stronger and sharper so that he could easily cut through rocks and shatter earth. And when he rushed out and swam in the sea in order to not be trapped by the solidified lava that met the seawater, Kiza's sharp claws shrank back to their normal size. Instead, webbed membranes grew between his toes, and his tail began to become slightly flattened. The passive adaptive ability seemed to have begun to develop in the direction of active adaptive. The young blue dragon himself also noticed this change, and could not help but let out a soft exclamation. Whether it was good or bad, he still had to observe for a while. Not to mention Kiza's side, the sudden earthquake, the movement caused by the young blue dragon digging the passage, and the subsequent volcanic eruption on the surface of the sea made everyone on this small island extremely fearful. The commander who escaped from the underground hall had no idea what to do at this time. He knew very well that all of this must have something to do with the monster that appeared underground and destroyed the recovery of Minerva's skull. The island world did not have a megalosaurus before. But he could do nothing about it. After all, no one had warned him that he would encounter such a monster in this mission, so he did not have a coordinated solution in his hands. And with the eruption of the underwater volcano, the Nar warship that was docked outside the bay due to the need to use the catapults to attack the circular base was now in chaos. Some would rather risk being stranded and rush to the small island, wanting to go ashore and seek the protection of the elemental shamans to avoid the threat of the volcano. Some raised their sails and lowered their oars, abandoning their colleagues on the island and wanting to retreat and escape on their own. Sitting on a rock on the hillside, a layer of herbal medicine collected from the bushes was applied to his waist. He chewed it up and made it into a wound medicine. Gearson's gaze moved from the wide gap between the two polar bear men who were confronting an unfamiliar shaman and a large number of camel warriors in front of him to the volcano rising from the sea. At this time, the old camel could not help but think of the prophecy that he had obtained not long ago when he communicated with the elemental command for divination. The earth boils. Only then will the mighty be revealed. The smoke and waves go with the wind. Chapter 232. Santos grabbed a quill, dipped it in ink, and began to write the commercial paper on the papyrus. He sprinkled white chalk powder to absorb the excess ink and left it for a while to wait for the ink to dry. Then, he carefully folded the papyrus into a cylinder and stuffed it into a special lacquer cylinder. He scooped a spoonful of wax with a copper spoon and melted it over the fire. He dripped it onto the seal of the lacquer cylinder and finally stamped it with his own seal. This was a job that the fat merchant had to do nearly 100 times a day recently. He was happy and miserable because of it. The sand rhino caravan had expanded several times. The number of sand rhinos in the caravan still exceeded 500, and the number of people had long exceeded 3,000. relying on the various space stations specially set up for the Leviathan in the cities in the central and southern regions of Medici. These teams were on the move every day. They were busy transporting the goods unloaded from the space stations to the radiation areas of the space stations. As the boss of the Sand Rhino caravan, Santos no longer followed the caravan. The most important thing for him every day was to collect information on the prices of goods from all over the world and use it as a basis to draft and write various commercial papers. After completing the last agreement that needed to be sent out for the day, Santos stood up and poured himself a cup of jujube. As he sipped, he calculated the expected profits for the day. Since the Leviathan's air transportation route, the Sand Rhino caravan no longer needed to accept long-distance transportation business. Each caravan only needed to be responsible for short-distance transportation of the last pale sand. The speed of the payment had increased, and the number of goods handled had also increased. Naturally, he had made a lot of money. However, compared to the profits of that person, Santos was very self-aware and did not compare. He did not even dare to think about it. He had seen the successive actions of the Man-Eater, the Japanese, and the Obsidian Council. The bloody end of those people was enough for anyone to learn a lesson. Santos was especially satisfied with his position as the manager of the Scales of Eternal Order Chamber of Commerce. For such a commercial giant that had already begun to take shape, just being involved in it was already enough to make him, a businessman, feel honored. Boss. An attendant knocked on the door. After Santos opened the door, he saw a desert kobold behind him. A messenger from the Dragonborn clan on the Leviathan said that there is something important to inform you. After inviting the desert kobold into the house, the kobold handed Santos a letter. Quickly dispatch the various branches of the Chamber of Commerce to collect papyrus, spices, and various ironwares. The more the better. Store them in the warehouses of the various space stations. In 7 days, when the Leviathan returns from Taka, load them up and bring them back to Nome. There was a secret imprint on the back of the letter that was shining brightly. Santos took out an enchantment scroll that was specially used to identify all kinds of spell insignia. After careful verification, he confirmed that this letter was written by the spell consultant of the Megalosaurus Pasha. Understood, no one dares to disobey. The fat merchant left a blank space at the bottom of the letter and quickly wrote down his reply. After that, he sealed the parchment and used wax that had not yet completely cooled down to drip on the seal, and once again fastened the ring. Greetings to His Excellency Pasha. Santos handed the letter back to the desert kobold and watched the kobold put the letter away before continuing, "Please be sure to tell Lord Keyes that the materials will be prepared within the stipulated time." Island World, on a nameless island near the Camel Empire. Keyes, who had revealed the true form of the Megalosaurus, easily subdued a group of mortals. In front of him, the elemental spirits did not dare to obey the summons of the shamans and become enemies, while the camel warriors did not dare to use their weapons. Only the priests were slightly more troublesome. In order to prevent them from tipping off the gods behind them, Keyes had to knock them out one by one. Fortunately, the young blue dragon had the help of professionals. The spirits' extinguishers had been set up. Snyder walked into the bamboo house that originally belonged to the mutated Raft Elder. After bowing deeply to his employer in front of him, he said the connection between those priests and the camel god they worship has been temporarily blocked. As the steampunk half-lich waved his hand, the undead creature that had been standing behind him stepped forward and bowed to greet the young blue dragon. Green, burning eyes shot out from its eye sockets and illuminated the face that resembled a human but was between reality and illusion. As the robe swayed, the loose and smooth muscles of this spirit extinguisher were revealed. Dark emblems floated around his body, and the characters that did not need to be supported displayed the curse that came from his heart. The spirits' extinguishers were invisible creatures that represented malice and the night. They despised all living creatures and the moonlight that nurtured them. But the real source of their hatred was actually the hatred of those who served the gods. If possible, the spirits' extinguishers always wanted to kill those high and mighty gods, although it was obvious that this action was not something that these undead creatures with ordinary combat strength could do. However, they had a very special ability. Through a supernatural ability called redemption, they could break the connection between the gods and their followers. This was also an important factor in obtaining the qualifications to pledge loyalty to more powerful undead creatures. The spirit extinguisher standing in front of Keyes was the leader of the small spirits extinguishers that Snyder had summoned. The half-lich, who had enough knowledge and had recovered his strength to the legendary level, easily gained the allegiance of the spirits extinguishers. "My lord," the leader of the spirits extinguishers said respectfully to his master's employer, as Snyder had explained to him, "There's a strange thing that I need to report to you. When the spirits extinguishers used their redemption ability on the priests, they could feel the intensity of the divine grace on each mortal and the firmness of the priest's faith. Usually, the intensity of the divine grace was about the same, or the latter was slightly higher than the former. But when they dealt with an injured priest named Girsan, they found that the firmness of the hunchback's faith was far less than the intensity of the divine grace on his body. The spirits extinguishers even had to work together and use multiple redemption to block the connection between the god and Girsan. Girsan's faith is not worthy of the divine grace." The leader of the spirits extinguishers paused and organized his words. "At first, I thought he was a blasphemous priest, but later I found that was not the case. He is not the Son of God. That weak God must have something in mind for taking care of a believer." A strange green light flashed in its eye sockets. It thought of the sacred samurai that it had met when it first submitted to Snyder. That person had so much divine grace that it was about to overflow. Several spirits extinguishers could not help but attack Jason. But who would have thought that as soon as the redemption was activated, the holy power of the sacred samurai, which was always looking after the sacred samurai, annihilated them into nothingness? Of course, the so-called hunchback god could not be compared with the great original law of the multiverse. Using multiple redemption on Girsan could still cut off the practice between him and the god, but the degree of attention was very much the same. He must be hoping to get something from the hunchback named Girsan. Spirits extinguishers, who had never been afraid to speculate about the god with the greatest malice, said firmly, "Sure enough, the series of encounters when he disguised himself as the people on the floating raft made Keyes have doubts about the identity of Girsan. As an elemental shaman, and favored by the hunchback god, the hunchback emperor wanted to get rid of him quickly. Interesting, the young blue dragon thought to himself. We should find out the reason." After praising the spirits extinguishers for their serious and responsible work attitude, Keyes motioned Snyder to bring his men out. "Bring that Nair fleet commander here," Keyes said to a dragonborn clan attendant beside him. "By the way, inform Brew to come over and get him ready. Well, let him bring a barbecue grill. Maybe it will come in handy." The ogre gourmet had already set up his favorite cooking utensils in the fire pit by the time the kobold warriors brought the twin-humped camel Noble over. The bamboo charcoal was already burning, and everything was ready to go. "Today's apricot scones are very good," Brew said with a gentle smile when he saw the newcomer. "You have a wide variety of fruits here, and I feel that my culinary skills can be fully utilized. This is very good." Looking at the monster sitting cross-legged on the ground in front of him, the hunchback commander could not help but swallow his saliva. Without using the glib tongue, he could not understand the language used by the ogre at all. Of course, even if he could understand, it would not reduce the fear in his heart. The gourmet's gentle smile was very similar to the expression when looking at food. "What do you want me to do?" Looking at Keys sitting on the main seat, fear urged him to speak first. The young blue dragon waved his hand. "Calm down," he replied with slight contempt. "I don't want to kill you, at least not now. Otherwise, you would have turned into ashes, minced meat, or other messy things." A ray of light flashed in Key's eyes, hinting at the passion hidden under his human appearance. "On the contrary, I have been observing you, and I am satisfied with the results." Keys motioned the hunchback commander to sit beside the bonfire, beside Brew and outside the range of the desert kobold's spear attack. "I hope you can keep it up. What do you want?" Keys's consolation seemed to have restored the two-humped hunchback's courage. "You have to know that the honor of the two-humped nobles cannot be tarnished." "I will not." Bang! Brew raised his hand and pressed the hunchback to the ground. He took out a sharp, wailing harpoon and cut off one of the humps on the hunchback's back. He neatly skewered the hunchback on the barbecue grill. The hunchback commander, who had fainted from the pain, woke up again and saw the huge monster gnawing on a piece of roasted fat. Combined with the pain on his back, he quickly realized what the monster was holding in his hand. "Are you sure you still want to scare him?" The ogre pursed his lips. He had thought that the humps on the back of the hunchback and the humps of the camel beasts tasted similar, but he realized that there was no comparison at all. "To be honest, this thing is not that delicious." The hunchback commander did not understand Brew's words. To him, the ogre's disdain sounded more like unsatisfied. Keys secretly gave his partner a calm-down expression, and then said to the hunchback, who was shivering on the floor, "Look, the honor of the two-humped nobles no longer exists. If you don't speak properly, you won't be able to become a single-humped hunchback." Soon, the interrogation entered a smooth mode of you ask, and I answer. Chapter 233. I see, after interrogating the information he wanted from the commander of the Nair fleet, Keys did the same thing again. He verified the information from the captive elemental shamans and basically confirmed his previous speculation about Gerson's identity, although he still did not know how the Camel Emperor contacted the demonic fish to help him. The young blue dragon understood a lot about why he deliberately killed Gerson. After all, no ruler would be so generous to let a warlord who once held great power sleep beside the bed. As for why the camel god favored Gerson, it probably had a lot to do with his behavior. Keys had discussed the issue of faith with Sacred Samurai Jensen before. For a devout believer, faith was not only a spiritual reliance, but also a criterion for his behavior. On the other hand, as far as the gods were concerned, whether the actions of the mortal believers lived up to their ideas was far more important than the prayers and worship of the believers due to spiritual injuries. It also had a greater impact on the gods themselves. As a warlord before, Gerson had many fans among the Twin Peaks nobles. His belief that the camel man should not be content with the status quo. He should be prepared for a rainy day and be ready to wage war against the demonic fish should have been recognized by the gods. From the perspective of Gerson, he was indeed kind and wanted to unite the land races and work for the future of freedom and stability for all people. War was just a means, not an end. However, from the perspective of the gods, his development in the island world had indeed reached a bottleneck. In order to change from a demigod to a weak divine power, war might be the best choice. You may have to thank me. After analyzing all the clues, Keys decided to carry out the original plan. However, I'm afraid it's wishful thinking to want the priesthood in the field of war. I don't know if the field of defeat can help you make a breakthrough. Stepping out of the bamboo house, the young blue dragon looked into the distance. The erupting volcano outside the bay had stopped, and an island formed by solidified magma had taken shape, facing the crescent-shaped island under his feet. The ships of the Camel Empire's Nair fleet, including those that tried to escape when the volcano erupted, were all captured by Keys in his dragon form. They were abandoned on the shoal of the island and placed together with the remains of the two circular bases that had been burned down. During the cleanup mission, the mutant rafters that were missed by the Camel Marines were also found by the Dragonborn warriors who came here through the interdimensional portal, relying on their keen sense of smell. After the desert kobolds searched the entire island, they finally found the survivors of the rafters with long gills hiding in a half-underwater cave under a cliff not far from their settlement. Koss, who had received the young blue dragon's orders, did not have any rebellious emotions and easily accepted the fact that Keys was a megalosaurus. He was still willing to obey the captain, the strong one. He was now under the protection of the Dragonborn warriors, doing ideological work on the survivors of the mutant rafters who were brought back. "I'm your compatriot," Koss said. "I'm no different from you except that I don't have gills. Not long ago, I lived on a circular base. When I was making a deal with the Camel Empire, I was involved in a conspiracy." He choked a little, adjusted his emotions, and continued, "The conspiracy of the upper echelons of the Camel Empire. Some of you should know a little about it, and you should indeed bear some responsibility for it. Debts always have to be repaid, but the creditors are not the group of camels who took your lives yesterday. That boy did a good job," Sneyd, who was walking beside Keys, praised. "Empathic bewitchment, encouraging persuasion. Even a drow diplomat can't do more than that." In this regard, the young blue dragon did not comment. He had used a spell to detect the alignment of Koss before, and the result showed that the boy's alignment was yellow with a light green. That meant that he was of the neutral alignment, and even a little kind. Being able to have such eloquence was really a talent in a sense. And after coming into contact with Koss, he had always taken care of Koss in the face of danger. Koss's own charm attribute was not low. Discovering this plane is an opportunity. Walking past the ruins of the floating raft people's settlement, Keys and Sneyd walked to the shallow beach by the sea. But if you want to pick the rich fruit, there will be some risks. The power of the primitive gods is weak, and they don't have a divine kingdom to protect themselves. It's not impossible to succeed in the plan if you are careful. The steampunk-style half-lich obviously understood the young blue dragon's words. In addition, there are demonic fish wandering in the depths of the ocean. Keys nodded and agreed with the spell consultant's judgment. "I have my own plans for the one from the Camel Empire." He pointed to the endless sea. "The demonic fish can't go ashore. The only concern is the monster army under its command, and there are many of them. Numbers are never a problem." The steampunk half-lich was very sensible. When it comes to a large number of troops, the necromancer has never been afraid of anyone. There were many reasons as to why Keys wanted to conquer the island world, or what he wanted from this plane. Compared to the Ash world, gold could be considered cheap. New ingredients that the ogre gourmets liked. Various herbs that the ogre witch doctors could use to make new potions. Various primitive gods who were weak but had divine powers that were not adulterated. Sometimes reasons were just excuses. If one was willing to look for them, there would definitely be some. But the most essential reason was that if you fell behind, you would be beaten. This was a true proposition that did not need to be proven false. At first, Keys did not have the intention to use trade to communicate, but the first time he tried to contact, he was involved in a series of conspiracies. Even the ruler of the weak, small world could be said to have ulterior motives. Moreover, The young blue dragon still had a bloody battle to fight, and about a quarter of the time limit of the bloody battle holiday had passed. If Keyes wanted to return to the bloody battlefield again, he would have more trump cards in his hand. Then, the resources of the island world would be a must for him. Since the idea of taking things slowly had been broken by the ruthless reality, he could only start another business and switch back to the way the five-color megalosaurus did things. Rob first as a form of respect, and then talk about other things later. Of course, Keyes did not want to be the enemy of the whole world and start a full-scale war. In line with the principle of befriend those far away and attack those near, he would use the goods of the scale of perpetual order as a weapon to carry out a gradual commercial plunder. If the cooperation went well, he would even consider some compensation, such as teaching them the skills of metal smelting, helping their civilization to develop to a higher level, and so on. But for the Camel Empire, the relationship with its supreme ruler, the Camel Emperor, was difficult to resolve. Although the news was blocked in a timely manner, the Camel Emperor should not know that the Nair fleet had been completely wiped out. But once the Emperor knew the news, revenge would be his only choice. In fact, the Camel Emperor was like an ant on a hot pan at this time. For any ruler, a fleet was not a chess piece that could be abandoned at any time. According to the arrangement of the cleanup plan, the fleet that should have returned to the secret dock to repair suddenly disappeared. Naturally, the Camel Emperor sent many ships to search for the fleet's whereabouts on the route that they must pass through. But the result was very puzzling. Your Majesty, the valet of the single-humped camel man, brought the latest news. The search fleet is in trouble. According to the report of the elemental shamans, they were attacked by a monster called the Sea House Master during the voyage. Many ships were capsized. Sea House Master? The Sea House Master was a kind of undead creature that lived in the waterways or the waters near the coastal cities. They had a squid-like black body, and in the eyes of ordinary people, they were made of the dark water of the ocean itself. In fact, what made up this monster was the endless fear and despair of those who died at sea. If a ship capsized and the crew drowned, the accumulated resentment and fear before their deaths would combine their souls and become the horrible Sea House Master. Like extinguishing spirit, the Sea House Master was also the work of the half-lich Sneyd, and the raw material he used was the resentful and frightened souls of the innocent victims who drowned in the sea after the Great Tsunami. In a sense, the Sea House Master was sent by its creator to seal off the waters of the Camel Empire to prevent the news about the nameless island from leaking out. It was really an eye for an eye, an eye for an eye. So, the Camel Emperor heard that the Sea House Master had appeared, but he calmed down and began to think about the various possibilities behind it. It's not that the demonic fish suddenly returned. The poisonous fish potion that the fleet spread before was not ineffective. He frowned. The Nair fleet may have been attacked by the Sea House Master, and now all of them have been wiped out. No, Your Majesty, the situation was urgent, and the single-humped Camel Emperor's valet did not stick to etiquette. He immediately said, the elemental shamans on the search ship could expel the monster after sacrificing several ships. It doesn't make sense that the shamans on the Nair fleet would be weaker than them. And there's also a problem with the birth of the Sea House Master. According to the estimation of the shamans who fought with it, the Sea House Master is actually relatively weak. That is to say, it was born not long ago. It should have suddenly appeared in the past few days. You mean, the Camel Emperor thought, for a while, but still had no clue. The seven-beaked council of the demonic fish created a Sea House Master in the past 2 days that was not afraid of the poisonous fish potion and used it to deal with the Empire's fleet. It's possible. After all, the Empire and the Federation don't have the technology to create high-level undead creatures. At least the elemental shamans don't have this ability. The wrong view brought by empiricism gradually led the camel emperors thinking into a dead end. Chapter 234. The magnificent Forbidden Palace stood on the cliff, overlooking the deep and serene Garby Lake, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. When the craftsmen built this magnificent palace, they invited the elemental shamans to help, and their spells fused the stones and the forest into one. 3 spires rose from the center of the palace, made of trees supported by stones. The spires of the spires reached into the clouds, and the windows on the side walls opened slightly. There were elemental shamans and a team of archers in each of the spires, and they could use the spires that reached into the clouds to summon lightning or shoot down from above to attack the invading enemies. The outer walls were made of raised granite blocks, and the inside was filled with clay that had been repeatedly steamed. It was a combination of hardness and softness, and even the bombardment of catapults could hardly do anything to it. The main hall in the center was formed by communicating with the spirits of the wild, gathering more than 100 towering ancient fir trees to support the skeleton of the circular building, and covering it with bricks and bronze decorations. Any sane person would be full of praise when they saw this majestic building, and would wholeheartedly praise it as a miracle. This palace was called Minir, which meant Fortress of Arrows, and was the center of Thick Sturdy Island and the Federation. We don't have a choice. Stepping onto the land of Thick Sturdy Island once again, Wulfgar looked at the members of the Dragonborn clan who were swiftly unloading the goods, as well as the 3 ogres who stood not far away. Their physiques were so strong that even he, a polar bear, shuddered in fear. At least before we get home, we don't have a choice. Hearing Wulfgar's words, the chief of the bear clan smiled bitterly and replied, "I'm afraid we still have no choice when we return to the Fortress of Arrows." He saw it more clearly than the young chief's son, Fury Bear. Just like how the Empire relies on tin, or those steel ingots used for trade will definitely put a shackle on the Federation in the future, Fury Bear did not continue. Wulfgar was not as clumsy as he looked, and he should have understood what he wanted to say next. So what if he knew it was a shackle, whether it was the megalosaurus that could trigger volcanic eruptions, the floating behemoth that came through the portal made of volcanic rocks, or the Hua whale that escorted them all the way back to Thick Sturdy Island? All of them left them dumbfounded. The other party was so powerful that even a Pyrrhic victory was an unrealistic hope. Moreover, the Federation was not a monolithic block. While the various tribes of the polar bear men and the walrus men were nominally under the command of the great chief, it was hard to say that they would not have other thoughts in the face of the large number of steel ingots delivered by the great chief. This was also the reason why Keyes chose to carry out commercial plundering. If it were the Emperor or Caesar alone, the Camel Empire could only resort to force to open its door. The 3 ogre brothers were mainly in charge of following the merchant ship to Thick Sturdy Island, but they were not the main docking personnel. In order to facilitate communication, Keyes specially recruited a diplomat in the Ash world, Crying Face, the gladiator star of the Taka City Grand Arena, who could freely switch between the 3 forms of human, half-iron-eating half-human, and half-iron-eating half-beast because of his bestiality, had his professional career bought out by the young blue dragon. The beautiful life of wine, meat, and fighting was completely gone from him. If he wanted to drink and eat meat, he must first learn to speak various dialects and slang of the polar bear men. If he was in a bad mood and wanted to fight, the strong ogre Neru, a great senior in the arena, would help to teach him the rules by physical means. As for injuries, headaches, and other minor problems, the witch Dr. Parr said that he had all kinds of potions, especially the energy potion that Keyes named Huixiang Morality. Drinking a spoonful of it while studying could solve his slack mood. "My lords," Crying Face, who had checked his learning progress and drank 3 spoonfuls of the energy potion, said with a sad face, "The 2 polar bear men have approved of me. My pronunciation of the slang today is quite accurate." Keyes had used the glib tongue scroll. In fact, this was an auxiliary tool that Keyes had prepared for Crying Face. But Brew, who always had ideas, thought that learning should be practical, so he only used it when he was checking on Crying Face's learning progress. Brew also understood what Crying Face said just now and Fury Bear's evaluation of him. Don't be arrogant and impetuous. Under the effect of the spell, Brew replied in the standard polar bearmen language. Learning is a spiral process. Set a small goal. It will take 2 days to reach the Arrow Fortress they mentioned. During this time, you have to learn how to write the commonly used polar bearmen language, about 500 words. If crying was useful, Crying Face didn't mind bawling his eyes out. In the next 2 days, after learning how to write 500 words in the polar bearmen language while sitting on the wagon pulled by the Croat hoofed bulls, he wanted to cry but had no tears. The goods that the Leviathan had transported from the Ashen World were far more than what a cargo ship made up of a few NAR-type warships could carry. Their mission was only to establish diplomatic relations. But even so, the cargo unloaded from the ship was piled up with more than 30 Croat hoofed bulls. A whole team of desert, kobold warriors of the Dragonborn clan were guarding the convoy. As for the cargo ship, after unloading the cargo, it had sailed to the open sea and anchored. The Hualu that followed them all the way dived deep into the sea, and the sleepless undead creatures were watching over the cargo ship at all times. Unlike the Camel Empire, Thick Sturdy Island did not have a desert surrounding it, but the entire island was surrounded by cliffs and precipitous cliffs. Sentry fortresses were scattered all over the mountain roads, forming layers of passes. Because the team had Wolfgar, the son of the polar bearman's chief, and Fury Bear, the chief of the bear tribe, although just like when they first arrived at the port, when many of the passes saw the desert kobolds, they thought that the army of demonic fish monsters had landed and invaded. Fortunately, the 2 noble polar bear men came forward to resolve the misunderstanding. Every sentry fortress along the way would send messengers riding a large mount similar to a mammoth to Miniur in advance to report the news to the Federation's chief. At the same time, some people would also be sent. Depending on the tribe that the pass belonged to, it could be walrus people or polar bear men. They would follow the caravan in the name of protection, but in fact, they were vigilantly monitoring their every move. In Miniur or the Arrow Fortress, in a stone room at the back of the main hall, several Federation tribal chiefs in luxurious clothes sat around. In the center of the room, an old polar bearman with a gloomy face leaned against a smoky fire. This polar bear wore a moss-yellow robe embroidered with various elemental and wild spirit patterns. His body was loose under the robe, and he had a mouthful of jagged fangs. His tired brown eyes were bloodshot. He muttered the language that the spirits used to communicate with each other that no one else could understand. He casually threw a few pine needles into the fire, making the smoke even thicker and suffocating. It filled the stone room that was so simple and crude that it did not match the layout of the palace. There was only a small window for ventilation. The old polar bearman came forward and took a deep breath. I still need a pinch of bone powder and a little pinecone shell, following the reliable and pure tradition that only existed in the oldest shaman sex, the oldest shaman of the polar bearman race who had taught the thunder roar, carried out the divination ritual in an orderly but careful manner. Although he looked haggard and could not stand up without help, and he always bent his back when he walked slowly, the aging of his body did not prevent him from listening to the conversations of the various spirits with his soul. But now, no matter how he listened, the spirits that communicated with all things could not give him an accurate answer. the creatures that suddenly appeared on Thick Sturdy Island, and even the island world seemed to be a mystery in itself. But fortunately, the most sensitive wild spirits and the most active spirit of fire were still calm. They did not sense any hostility from the alien races that had set foot on Thick Sturdy Island. It seemed that it was safe to contact them. The old shaman told the tribal chiefs that were waiting on the scene. He clearly felt that they were relieved. He then asked them to leave the stone room where he lived. Then, with the help of the apprentices, he lay down on a soft leather and fur bed to rest and replenish the energy that he had just consumed in the divination. The old and weak shaman could not help much with the following work, so he simply left it to the young and strong federal tribal chiefs to deal with it carefully. When the young Blue Dragon's caravan entered the Minor Forest, the crack-hoofed bulls pulled the wagon along the lakeside path by Lake Garby. The welcoming team sent by the Fortress of Arrows had already lined up on both sides of the path. Although it was called a path, this section of the path was specially dug out from the forest. The path was paved with yellow soil and stacked with stone slabs. The path was wide enough to accommodate 2 or 3 ox carts side by side. As if to welcome the caravan, the lakeside path was now covered with pine branches. When they were stepped on, they would release a refreshing smell. The pine branches are very dry. Sitting in a wagon, Brew's sense of smell was very sensitive. He turned his head and said to Paulu, who was sitting in a nearby wagon, "There's also a smell of dried smoke. It's very easy to ignite." The 2 ogres did not get down from the wagon. Their brother Paulu was now standing behind the diplomat, Crying Face. The leader of the welcoming team was the captain of the guards of the polar bear chief. He naturally recognized Wolfgar and Fury Bear. Therefore, he first talked to the 2 ogres, wanting to know what to pay attention to when dealing with the foreign caravan. Since Crying Face had turned into a half-man, half-eater, everyone in the welcoming team thought that he was a malnourished polar bear. One of the guards even came up to him and asked kindly, "Are you the guide of this caravan?" "No, I'm..." Because he could not remember how to express the word diplomat in the polar bear language, Cryface was suddenly at a loss for words. He turned around and looked at the ogre behind him. Fortunately, it was not Brew, who always checked his homework. "What happened to your eyes? Did they beat you up?" Crying Face was speechless. This guard was very much like a certain acrobat who was famous for killing with one sentence. Chapter 235. When dawn broke, the earth was filled with morning fog, and Brock could smell the scent of rain. He would prefer to see a clear day, which would help him see the enemy clearly in battle. However, a light drizzle could also keep the warriors awake. In order to keep the existence of the island world a secret, Keyes did not use the identity of the Pasha to mobilize the army of the United States. He only let the Leviathan carry supplies, and more than 1,000 desert kobolds and battle lizardmen warriors quietly pass through the interdimensional portal. In order to make up for the disadvantage in numbers, the young Blue Dragon also mobilized a lot of fanatic armor, so that the Dragon clan troops could at least have a set for each person, and there were even some extra stocks for replacement. The person in charge of commanding them was the Desert Elf Supreme Warrior, the Sorcerer of Sound, Brock. The Sacred Warrior Johnson stayed behind in Gnome City, taking on the responsibility of logistics supply and temporary supervision and maintenance of the normal operation of the Scale of Perpetual Order. He led a small team of desert kobolds as the vanguard. Brock needed to confirm the terrain information of the Camel Empire obtained from the captives of NAR's fleet, and the main force followed closely behind. For the warriors of the Dragon Clan, crossing the desert barrier was simply too easy. Not only did they easily avoid the camel patrols, but they even completely erased the traces left behind by the march. But as they got closer and closer to the large oasis of the Camel Empire, Forests appeared one after another. How to quickly pass through the dense forest became a big problem for the team. According to the captives, these dense forests were an important source of wood for the camel men, and there would be lumberjacks working in them every day. Brock knew very well that if there were lookouts in the forest, then the camel men would definitely be able to discover the vanguard's whereabouts in advance. With a little investigation, they might even be able to discover the Dragon Clan army behind them. I have to think of a way, Brock thought to himself as he leaned against a big tree. The warriors of the Dragon Clan were scattered around, enjoying a short rest during the rapid march. Other than the lookouts who climbed to the top of the big tree to carry out their vigilance duty, the others took out jerky and dried berries and quickly ate with the water in the water bag. Whoosh, whoosh. The desert kobold who was in charge of keeping watch seemed to have discovered something and blew the bone whistle. Brock leaped up lightly and took 2 steps on the tree trunk. He then pulled out the scimitar at his waist and used the inner arc of the scimitar to hook and swing on the tree branch. Brock quickly arrived at the top of the tree. The desert kobold, who had been concentrating on observing the movements in the distance, jumped in fright and almost cried out. But the sound warlock only used a little trick to eliminate this accident. "It's me." Brock removed the seal on his voice and asked softly, "What happened? Why did you blow the bone whistle?" The desert kobold, who was in charge of the lookout, did not hesitate and immediately pointed in the direction he was looking at. "There are a few tall, humanoid creatures." He thought for a moment and confirmed. "They should be hunchbacks. They seem to be here to cut wood. Each of them is carrying an axe." Brock nodded. As a desert elf supreme warrior, his eyesight was very sharp, so he only knew the general direction and quickly locked onto the target. It was a few hunchbacks in plain clothes. They wore a cloth jacket, a simple tight leather jacket, and a pair of trousers. Their feet were bare as they walked in a line in the dense forest. There were not many of them, but each of them was carrying a bronze axe. The hunchback, walking at the back of the team, was holding a rope in his hand. He was leading a few cleft, hoofed bulls that were probably used to drag the cut wood. When the vanguard team had been marching, Brock had found that there were actually some large carnivores living in the forest. By the standards of ordinary mortals in the Ash world, walking here could be said to be a life-threatening situation. But looking at the fearless look of the hunchback loggers as they shuttled through the dense forest, and considering their size, it was not difficult to come to the conclusion that the fighting strength of the hunchback race was generally not too weak, not to mention that the axe used for cutting wood could also be regarded as a weapon. "Don't blow the whistle. Go down and inform them one by one." Blatch's lips moved, slightly without uttering a word, and the order was accurately transmitted to the ears of the desert kobolds beside him. "Tell them to gather quietly. We have a war to fight." In fact, war was sometimes like this. When both sides did not know the actual situation of the other side, they could only test each other first. The Dragonborn clan did not carry any heavy weapons, and Keys did not arrange for them to come with the expectation that they could attack the city. As long as Brock could lead the army deep into the Empire's hinterland like Hannibal, it would be enough to contain and attract the main military force. From the high-level captives of the Nair fleet, the young blue dragon learned that the standing army of the hunchbacks was about 20,000 people. Including the private soldiers of the Twin Peaks aristocrats, the qualified army would not exceed 50,000. In addition, the depth of the island where the Hunchback Empire was located was not large, and the entire population was only about a few 100,000 people, so the mobilization ability was quite limited. The outcome of the war between mortals had long been determined, and ending the war was only a matter of time. The only variable was the Hunchback god, known as the King of Twin Peaks. Even if he was an insignificant existence among the gods, a god was a god after all. In order to deal with him, Keyes had to concentrate on preparing a gift that could seal the deal. And before the appearance of the hunchback god who was working hard to create his own kingdom, the work of causing unrest in the hunchback empire and weakening the foundation of their faith would be completed by Brock's 1,000-man team. This was also the reason why the young blue dragon had to pay a certain price for all the desert kobold warriors to be equipped with a set of berserker armor. The dice had been thrown, and the chips on the table must be well prepared. The first team will flank from the left, and the second team will attack directly. Using the lush branches and leaves of the trees to hide his body, Brock used a sound spell so that only the desert kobolds under his command could hear his voice. Be careful, try not to kill those hunchbacks. Because the desert elves looked somewhat similar to humans, in order to prevent the hunchback lumberjacks from mistakenly recognizing them and affecting the follow-up plan, Brock did not attack himself, and only let the members of the Dragonborn clan attack. In order to make the hunchbacks think that the attackers were just a group of monsters that suddenly appeared, before the attack, the desert kobolds put down the sharp blades and spears in their hands, and only used their fangs and teeth as weapons. Of course, they did not remove the berserker armor that was similar to the skin of a living creature. Otherwise, with the desert kobolds' barehanded combat power, a large number of them might really be killed by the hunchbacks with bronze axes. The desert kobolds used the signature of their race, which was similar to a dog's bark, as the signal to launch the attack. Unfortunately, the hunchbacks had never seen a kobold species, so they did not know that this was a communication method of some kind of intelligent creature. They only thought that the desert kobolds were some kind of monsters that suddenly appeared in the dense forest and launched a fierce attack on them. Chapter 236. What is this thing? Ah, my ankle is injured. Be careful. These monsters are very strong. After giving up the use of weapons with the height of the desert kobolds, they could only attack the thighs of the hunchbacks with their sharp teeth. On the other hand, the hunchbacked kobolds could easily chop off their heads with their axes. If not for the full protection of the fanatic armor, several desert kobolds would have been hammered on the spot when the hunchbacked kobolds attacked. In view of their own disadvantage, this group of warriors of the Dragon clan quickly gave up the attack method of standing up straight. They decisively lay on the ground, using the advantage of agility brought by their own body size and the strength bonus of the fanatic armor to target the opponent's toes and ankles. Not long after, a few of the hunchback lumberjacks appeared with injured ankles. Judging the situation, they wisely chose to retreat, and even left all of the crack-hoofed bulls to attract the attention of the desert kobolds. Team 1, Team 2 stopped the attack and capture those crack-hoofed bulls. Brock, who was hiding in the canopy, immediately ordered, Team 3, hide your body and tail. Be careful not to be exposed. Let's see where these hunchbacks can take us. Using the sound spell, the desert elf's voice clearly lingered in the ears of every member of the vanguard team, but the hunchbacks who fled in a hurry could not hear even a word. They only hoped to retreat as soon as possible and escape with their lives, except for Team 3, who was responsible for tracking. The rest of the Dragon Clan warriors stopped chasing and began to pretend to hunt the crack-hoofed bulls in the area, which were obviously easier to deal with than the hunchbacks with weapons. Those damn monsters! A camel lumberjack, who was supporting his fellow workers, was filled with hatred. They are killing the crack-hoofed bulls. We have to hurry back and report to Lord Berber, so that he can burn those guys to death with flames. Originally, in this dense forest or in the territory of the Hunchback Empire, the hunchbacks were the race at the top of the food chain. But who would have thought that such a monster would suddenly appear, fierce and agile, with sharp teeth and claws? It dared to attack a whole team of hunchback lumberjacks, and at the same time, it won and drove away the opponent. This was really absolutely unforgivable, whether from the perspective of the honor of the race or the interests of the big sawmill. The camel lumberjacks had the same belief at this time, and that was to get reinforcements as soon as possible. They believed that even if the monsters had sharp teeth and claws and moved as fast as the wind, they would still be vulnerable in front of the camel warriors. Moreover, Master Berber was a shaman who could use elemental spells. But what the lumberjacks didn't know was that not far behind them, danger was following them like a shadow. Upon receiving Brock's orders, a few desert kobolds who were adept at tracking their prey followed behind the camels. Although they weren't familiar with the path in the forest, with their keen sense of smell, they didn't have to worry about losing their trail, even if they were far away. As they advanced, the desert kobolds of the third squad would carve the unique markings of their clan on the tree trunks from time to time to show the way for the members behind them. After walking for about an hourglass, the desert kobolds who were following them stopped. The camel lumberjacks walked out of the forest and entered a camp with a wall made of logs. Not long after they entered, the gate of the camp quickly closed, and many fully armed camel warriors climbed up the high platform behind the wall. Their eyes were bright, and their faces were gloomy as they stared in the direction of the dense forest, as if they were on guard against the strange monsters that were hibernating and could appear at any time. This camp was a typical jammock, which meant village or town in the camel people's language. Most of the camel people who lived here were related to each other by blood, and they all belonged to a noble family with 2 peaks. As workers in the sawmill, the residents here were all 1-peak camels. The only 2-peak camel was the manager of this jammock, and the commander of the nobles' private army, Berber 2-peak. After reporting the experience of the monster attack, a few uninjured camel lumberjacks were immediately brought to Berber's residence. As an elemental shaman and a 2-peak noble himself, Berber's room was much more elegant than the other camels. A few small wooden cabinets and a work table were placed in order around the room, and a stove was hung on a triangular iron frame by the wall. 2 iron rings on the wall were covered with torches, and there was a double-open bookcase on the wall. Many leather scrolls and pottery tablets were piled up inside. The owner of the room sat cross-legged on the ground, and there was a long and narrow table beside him, covered with a blue blanket. There was a pottery tablet on the table, and Berber was currently comparing the contents of the tablet with the information recorded on it while using a small knife to modify the totem pole in his hand. "What kind of monster did you encounter?" Berber asked after he finished modifying the last pattern on the totem pole. Several camel lumberjacks waiting at the door hurriedly bowed to salute, and then elected the oldest among them to answer the elemental shaman's question. Reporting to Master Berber, "Those monsters are very strange. We have never encountered them in the forest before when we were logging. Never seen them before." Berber had a puzzled look on his face. "I heard from the servants that some of you were injured, but the injuries were not fatal. The wounds were all around the ankle or calf." The camel lumberjacks nodded desperately. "Sir, those monsters were short in stature. They could walk upright on their hind legs, and they could also lie on all fours on the ground. They were agile and had great strength." As they spoke, they handed over a woodcutter's axe with a broken wooden handle. On the jagged surface of the axe, there were still marks left behind by the desert kobolds when they tried to bite it. With just a glance, Berber concluded that the lumberjacks in front of him were not lying. The distance between the teeth marks was not large, which meant that the attacker's mouth was narrow and its body was not large. However, the cut was very smooth, and the wooden handle was almost bitten off, which meant that the attacker's bite force was shocking. From a certain point of view, it did indeed prove that the attacker had great strength. "Sir." An attendant quickly walked in. The warriors formed a patrol team and just searched the forest around Jamek for a while and found some strange footprints on the ground. "How many are there?" Berber quickly asked. If there were too many monsters that suddenly appeared, it was very likely that they were related to the demonic fish. If that was the case, this matter would become very troublesome, and the level of danger would increase accordingly. The attendant was already prepared. After hearing Berber's question, he immediately replied, "There are not many footprints, and from the shape there are no webbed membranes between the toes. It is very similar to a lizard." Berber nodded. If it was not a monster under the command of the demonic fish, then he was confident that he could eliminate it as soon as possible and restore the normal operations of Jamek, which was supported by the lumberjacks. He quickly ordered, "Inform the patrol team to gather at the entrance. Organize the youths in the walled city to join in and prepare to pull the net to search. I will be there soon and try to eliminate the hidden danger of the monsters in the forest before sunset." Then Berber said to the camel lumberjacks, "Those monsters know how to track you, so they should have a certain level of intelligence." He paused. "But if you can escape unscathed, it means that they are not very strong. So we have to track them back and catch them off guard. You will personally lead the way." The single-humped camel men nodded their heads in agreement and left together. Some of them went straight home and wore the leather armor passed down by their ancestors. Others went to the coppersmith shop to borrow a whetstone to sharpen their axes. After they left, Berber twin Humps quickly took out many totem poles with various functions. Although he had passed the initiation and was an elemental shaman, he could not be compared to those masters. Thus, to ensure that this operation was foolproof, Berber specially brought the totem poles with him to enhance his spells. "The few of you carry the totem poles and follow me." Berber, who was wearing a set of bronze plate armor over his dark blue robe, instructed the apprentices who were also his attendants, "Stay alert before the battle. Stay calm during the battle." With the arrival of the highest authority of Jamek, the noisy patrol team gathered at the entrance of the walled city quickly quieted down. As a two-humped camel man, Berber was naturally much taller than his one-humped compatriots. As a result, he stood out among the latter, split into groups of 10, and there must be at least 2 warriors in each group. Search the forest horizontally. Don't let go of any traces. After he gave the order, groups of armed camels immediately set off and walked into the depths of the forest in an orderly manner. Berber took a totem pole from an apprentice and opened his mouth to chant a spell to summon the elements. After a few breaths, the hem of his robe moved even though there was no wind. The air element responded to the shaman's call and was interacting with his elemental spirit. "Swift wind, nimble wind," Berber muttered in a low voice using the language he used to communicate with spirits. "Please hear my request. Go to the forest and help me in order to communicate with the elements." Unless the elemental spirit was a master shaman who could translate his words to the elements, any other elemental shaman had to be like Berber and speak softly and slowly. After summoning the air elemental, he handed the totem pole back to the apprentice for safekeeping. He himself picked up a bronze short spear with a steel blade and followed in the footsteps of Jamaica's patrol team, walking into the dense forest. With the help of the totem pole, Berber was constantly in contact with the air element he had summoned. The air element became his eyes and ears, turning into a gust of wind as it shuttled through the forest, searching for the desert kobold's whereabouts. Over there, the elemental spirit in the depths of his soul received the air element's message and immediately reminded Berber. The latter immediately reacted and was about to order his attendants to gather the patrol team. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Chapter 237. If he had a choice, Berber would rather die on this day. Unfortunately, the weak did not have the right to choose. Not long after he walked into the forest, he was ambushed. Screech. A dizzying sound suddenly sounded, with the elemental shaman as the center, including the apprentices carrying the totem poles. Several hunchbacks suddenly fell to the ground, clutching their aching heads. It was an ambush. Berber had just reacted when there was a sound of wind behind him. He instinctively used his short spear to block, but it did not work. A pair of delicate palms imprinted on his ears without any fanciful moves. After using the sound spell to ambush, Brock showed his superb ability as a supreme warrior and took down the enemy spellcaster. However, he was very restrained. He only stunned and did not kill. After all, Berber had 2 peaks behind him. This was actually very persuasive. It was especially persuasive when persuading the single-peak hunchback in Jamek to surrender. "How can we trust you?" Hearing the sound of battle behind him, the captain of the 2-peak nobles' private army immediately gathered the search team that was still pulling the net and immediately retreated. At this moment, he was confronting the attacker who had taken hostages. Despicable monster. Due to the use of a glib tongue enchantment scroll, Brock could communicate with the hunchbacks without hindrance for a period of time. However, in order to maintain his character setting or monster setting, he still hid in the canopy and used the sound spell to play a double act in front of the hunchbacks with a desert kobold. I can guarantee a lot of things. The performer selected from the warriors of the Dragonborn clan opened and closed his mouth. Under the effect of the sound spell, Brock's words seemed to be coming from his mouth. For example, I can decide to let you warriors go first. For example, after receiving the compensation, this elemental shaman can also live. For example, if the residents of Jamek are well behaved, they will not be harmed. Hearing that he was deliberately put on the second condition, the private army captain blinked his eyes. The desert elves, who were high up, keenly captured this micro-expression message. As expected, compared to lumber Jamek, elemental shamans were the true targets of the nobles' protection. After some bargaining, the captain of the private army withdrew all his warriors, leaving only the residents of Jamek and Berber as hostages. Then he brought along Brock's greedy request made by the desert kobold and walked out of the gate to report to the nobles who were in charge of the area. In order to ensure the safety of the elemental shamans, all the youths in Jamek were tied up by their compatriots and forced to become hostages. They were locked up in the mansion that originally belonged to Berber and awaited their fate. Their families were confined in their own homes and were not allowed to go out. This also played a role of mutual restraint with the young hostages. They had no choice but to do so. After all, with just the number of people in the vanguard team, even with Blatch overseeing it, it was too difficult for them to defend a large village like the hunchback Jamek. It wasn't until 10 minutes past midnight that the remaining Dragon Clan troops finally passed through the dense forest, following the marks left behind by the vanguard team. They walked through the gate of the hunchback Jameka's camp. Sufficient manpower brought more order to the place. The arrival of this otherworldly army not only filled the gap in the guards, but also broke the containment strategy that the vanguard team had been pursuing in order to maintain the balance for the past half a day. The abundance of building materials here has exceeded my expectations, but it's just as well. After checking the inventory in Jameka's warehouse and seeing the piles of lumber that had been simply processed, Blatch decisively gave an order to the warriors of the Dragonborn clan. Mobilize all the hunchback youths to build the wall. You will supervise and guide them. No one is allowed to slack off or be restless. Violators will be killed on the spot. We have a tough battle to fight after this. With more than 1,000 desert kobolds armed with weapons, and more than 3 times the manpower, suppressing less than 300 hunchback youths was not a problem. Faced with the threat of scimitars and spears, there were no hotheads among the hunchback lumberjacks. At dawn, the released hunchbacked men began to work. Some of them were in charge of moving the logs in the warehouse, some were in charge of building scaffolding, some were in charge of fine carpentry, and some were sent to the nearby river to pick up pebbles or excavate clay and river sand. The first thing that could be seen was the scaffolding that was quickly erected around Jamek. Although each scaffold was as tall as 2 or 3 desert kobolds stacked together, in reality, it was only the height of a hunchback. With these scaffolds as the framework, baskets of pebbles that were brought back from the river were placed into them, piling up the embryonic form of the city wall. Under the guidance of the desert kobolds, some hunchbacks mixed the river sand and clay together, adding water and stirring it into mortar. Then they used hard wooden planks as cleavers, smearing a layer of mortar on every layer of pebbles. Due to the abundant manpower and the fact that most of the camel lumberjacks were strong, before noon, the trapezoidal wall that surrounded the entire camp, made of pebbles and filled with mortar, was already 7 or 8 cubits high, and it was still rapidly increasing in height. By the time the sun set in the afternoon, the scaffolding had all been buried into the pebbles surrounding the wall, and it was impossible to see its original appearance. Moreover, the city wall was modeled after Medici's redoubt, with platforms that could be used for battle protruding in the middle of several sections of the city wall. When the sun set, many bonfires were lit around the camp. The relatives in Jamek were allowed to bring food and water to the youths who had worked all day, but the children were still ordered to stay at home. As night fell, the work of building the city wall continued. In order to stimulate the efficiency of the hunchbacks, Brock ordered all the laborers to release the hunchback lumberjacks and their families when the city wall could be built to the same level as the original log fence. They were also allowed to leave with all their family belongings except for food. For this hope, the hunchback youths working even harder to build the city wall. Perhaps some of them had already thought that the city wall, which was quickly built, would definitely be a hindrance to the army that would come later, and might even cause a lot of casualties. But that was a matter for the future, and it was someone else's business. Just like when the nobles' private soldiers left, they completely abandoned the residents of Jamek for the safety of themselves and the elemental shamans. These youths also had to give up something for the safety of themselves and their families. Chapter 238. This town is a bait. Brock explained his strategy to a few desert kobolds and battle lizardmen captains. When the camels come to attack, we will go behind them and attack. This was a typical battle strategy of the desert elves. Although this dragonborn clan army did not have 4-legged warhorses, everyone was equipped with mad armor, which allowed them to move faster than horses and come and go like the wind. However, the key to victory still depended on whether the armed lumberjack Jamek could withstand the first wave of attacks from the camels. If it could be like a magnet and firmly attract the attacking army, then the surprise attack from behind would be effective. After the construction of the wall was completed, Brock immediately fulfilled his promise and released all the camel residents, leaving only their food. Anyway, with the elemental shaman as a hostage, the bargaining chip was enough. Moreover, if the camel army began to attack this wall, leaving so many camels within the wall would be a hidden danger. At the same time, the defensive equipment privately made by the desert kobolds was also placed on the wall. On the morning of the 3rd day after occupying Jamek, all the work came to an end. Rolling logs, stones, and nail boards were piled up on the wall in an orderly manner. The remaining mad armor was dismantled, and the ballistas and trebuchets made of flesh were also set up. In order to prevent the enemy from forming a formation and charging, some of the Dragonborn clan warriors worked through the night and dug densely packed horse traps around the camp. Some of the more vicious ones even placed wooden spikes in these shallow pits that were only slightly bigger than the feet of the camels. The private soldiers of the nobles who had been released did not let their preparations go to waste. Having received a condition that was impossible to fulfill, the Twin Peaks nobles in charge of Jamek did not hesitate at all. They quickly gathered a larger and better equipped army and returned to this place. When they saw the newly repaired wall made of earth and stone, everyone could not help but gasp. The Twin Peak nobles who personally commanded this army frowned. In order to arrive faster, this camel army did not bring heavy siege weapons. Therefore, when faced with the sturdy wall, they were somewhat helpless. However, when he saw the gate of the camp, the Twin Peak nobles finally found a flaw. He could not help but laugh coldly. Even if they learned the basics of building a city, monsters are still monsters. With his good eyesight, he saw the desert kobolds on the wall. He realized that those fellows were as short and ugly as the captain of the private soldiers had reported. Shield and axemen, charge and break open the gate of Jamek. After receiving the order, a team of camels wearing bronze plate armor and holding large shields and axes rushed out of the crowd and towards the gate of the camp. They spread out, using large shields in front of them to protect themselves. They lowered their heads and charged. As long as they got close to the gate, they would be able to break it open in 2 or 3 swings with the large axes in their hands. However, things always go against one's wishes, and they always happen so unexpectedly. The giant shield protected the hunchbacked axemen very well, and at the same time, it also completely blocked their vision. After stepping into the horse traps, they fell to the ground one after another. Their weight, coupled with their heavy armor, and the inertia that was proportional to their mass, caused every hunchback shield and axe-bearer to break their ankles. Those who stepped on the wooden spikes in the horse pit even bled profusely and fell to the ground, unable to get up. Shaman, master, quickly helped them retreat. In his hurry, the Twin Peak nobles almost forgot his etiquette. However, it was no wonder that he was so anxious. After all, those shield and axemen were the strongest warriors under his command. Hearing this order, the elemental shaman standing next to the Twin Peak noble turned even more gloomy. He did not agree with the actions of directly attacking the monsters without regard for the hostage Berber's life. It was not easy for an elemental shaman to cultivate. Every one of them was a valuable asset of the Camel Empire. Furthermore, although Berber was not close to him, he had once been a disciple of Master Girsan. They were fellow disciples. However, he still did as he was told. Obeying the command of the Twin Peak nobles was the tradition of the Camel Army. Moreover, he did not want those elite warriors to die in vain. Chanting a spell to communicate with the elements, the elemental shaman plunged his totem pole into the ground. The essence of the air element and the earth element hovered around him, listening to his elemental spirit. A gust of sand rose from under his feet, accompanied by a breeze. It intensified when he was a dozen steps away from the elemental shaman. The sandstorm blocked the vision of everyone present, causing the desert kobolds who were shooting at the wounded to lose their targets. When the camel warriors who were helping the wounded carefully carried their comrades back into the formation, the elemental shaman, who was sweating profusely because he had been concentrating on casting spells, finally stopped chanting. As he pressed down with both hands, the dust floating in the air fell instantly, filling up the horse traps on the road leading to the camp. I need to rest. After the elemental shaman completed the ritual of summoning the sandstorm, his footsteps were a little weak. He decisively reported his situation to the Twin Peak nobles. In 2 hourglasses, I'll be able to restore my ability to support spells. As the commander, the Twin Peak nobles nodded. He also knew that before these elemental shamans became masters, communicating with the elements was an activity that consumed both mental and physical strength. The more powerful the elemental spell was, the harder it was to sustain it. Whip archers, get ready to suppress the attacks of the monsters on the wall. The Twin Peak nobles changed tactics. He wanted to provide some help to the warriors with shields and axes. Spear team, mobilize people to be responsible for shield defense. The rest of the axes, abandon your shields and attack at full speed. As the order was given, teams of camel whip archers surrounded the walls of Jamek and spread out in a semicircle. Each of them was separated by at least a person's distance. At first, the rain of arrows was a little sparse. Later, as the whips spun faster and faster, the number of arrows in everyone's dart decreased rapidly. The dense rain of arrows suppressed the defenders on the wall until they could not lift their heads. According to the plan, the desert kobolds on the wall quickly bent down and hid in the small holes that looked like cat ears that they had dug out beforehand. They let the whips and arrows fly over their heads, nailing into the wall or falling behind it. They would definitely not shoot back and die for nothing. Without the suppression of the horse traps and arrows, the camel soldiers quickly rushed to the gate of the camp. Then they swung their arms and started hacking with their axes, making a series of clanging sounds. After a short while, the wooden fences were cut down one after another, and a large hole was dug at the bottom of the gate. It was unknown who was the first to throw an axe, but it directly cut off the rope hanging above the fence gate. Without the support at the bottom, the top half of the fence collapsed to the ground. Charge in! Don't leave a single monster alive. Seeing all this, the Tupik noble immediately ordered, "Take note that they have Berber shaman as a hostage. Force him to a place and leave him to me." He knew very well that under this attack, although there was a high probability that the kidnapped Berber would be killed by the angry monsters, they still had to go through the necessary procedures. After all, ignoring the life of an elemental shaman would still attract a lot of criticism. "I hope you guys are decisive," the Tupik noble thought to himself. As a failure who got close to Gearsan, Berber really doesn't need to continue living. From a certain point of view, his wish did indeed work. The defenders of the Dragonborn clan were very decisive. Once the gate of the camp was breached, the desert kobolds launched a counterattack while the shield and axe wielders were guarding the gate and waiting for the subsequent spear wielders to arrive. Moo, moo, moo. The painful howls of the split-hoofed bulls came one after another. Then, the originally docile giant beast's forehooves moved wildly, causing the earth to tremble. The sharp-eyed hunchback had already seen the first split-hoofed bull, running from the corner of the street in the center of Jamek. Its tail was firmly tied with a burning pine branch, and its buttocks seemed to be smeared with grease. The burning pine branch sputtered some sparks and easily ignited its entire buttocks. Pain instantly filled its brain. Flames, roars, and frenzied split-hoofed bulls formed a terrifying scene, and all of this was rapidly approaching the hunchback. Then, the second one, the third one, up the wall. Looking at his comrade who wanted to block with his shield, the shield and axe-wielding captain slapped the back of the idiot's head. "Get up the wall quickly. Let the spear-wielders at the back disperse. Be careful to avoid the frenzied split-hoofed bulls. Don't get hit by them." But how could the desert kobolds on the wall let them do as they wished? When the shield and axe-wielders began to climb the wall, the ballista that had not been used before immediately fired at the gate. With the flesh of the biomass armor and the steel spears used as the arrows, the bronze plate armor worn by the hunchback shield and axe wielders was like a piece of paper shattering with a single hit. It did not pose the slightest bit of obstruction. the split-hoof bulls, or rather, the flaming bulls, immediately charged out of the gate and collided with the spear-wielding hunchback warriors. Stimulated by the pain of being burned by the flames, these beasts ignored the death brought by the spears and trampled many hunchback warriors under their hooves. The eyes of the Twin Peaks noble in command at the back were about to pop out of their sockets. He personally snatched the poleaxe from the hands of the guard beside him and wanted to lead the charge to kill the frenzied split-hoofed bulls to prevent this disaster. Thanks to the camel men's physique, they weren't any weaker than the cleft-hoofed bulls. In addition, they had weapons. After expending a lot of effort, they finally killed all of the bulls. Stepping on a stream formed by the blood of the split-hoofed bulls, mixed with the blood of the hunchbacks, the exhausted Twin Peaks noble immediately ordered the soldiers, who were still in shock. In the current situation, even if the gate of Jamek, which was occupied by the monsters, was opened, he could not order the soldiers to force their way in. However, things did not go as planned once again. More than 1,000 dragonborn warriors, who had been lying in ambush in the dense forest for a long time, suddenly charged out and launched a surprise attack on the hunchback army that had lost all will to fight. Chapter 239. The word tragic was no longer enough to describe the final scene of the war. Just as the camels had just slaughtered the frenzied crack-hoof bulls, they themselves were at the mercy of the enemy. Even if compared to the number of deaths, there were actually more who escaped with injuries. However, these camels who claimed to be qualified warriors had actually lost all courage. And this was the result of the desert elf Brock's deliberate action after receiving the young blue dragon's instructions. The escaping soldiers could spread fear, and treating the injured would drag down the camel empire. Even the primitive god would be hurt because of this. In the final melee, of course, the commander of the two-peak noble in the camel army was decapitated by a lizard man. The other high-ranking general, the elemental shaman who had summoned the sandstorm, was once again captured alive by Brock using the method he used to ambush Berber. Due to the early arrangements, among this batch of Dragonborn clan warriors who came from across the plain, there were actually quite a number of people who had a rough understanding of metal smelting technology. After the war ended, they quickly began to collect the bronze weapons and armor left behind by the camels on the battlefield. Then, they used Jamahiri's coppersmith shop to smelt and recycle them. They added more tin powder to the melted bronze. When the color of the copper liquid turned into a lemon color, they would put in some leaves that resembled pecans that they found in the dense forest. After that, the copper liquid would be poured into a mold filled with wet sand. After a hiss, a shiny golden ballista arrow would be made. It would be polished with a grinding wheel and sharpened for the ballista arrow. Compared to the bronze weapons and armor commonly used by the camels, the arrowheads cast with this copper-tin alloy ratio were a little more brittle. However, their hardness was higher, and the armor-piercing effect was naturally better. In this way, the problem of the ammunition for the ballista was solved, and a large part of the logistical pressure was relieved. It was also not like when they were focusing fire on the camel shield and axemen, where they still needed to use the spears in the hands of the desert kobolds as arrows for the ballista, in addition to rushing the production of weapons in order to prevent the plague from breeding here. Brock also let the Dragonborn clan warriors carefully clean up the battlefield. The corpses of the camels were burned on the spot. The dead crack-hoofed bulls were also emptied of their internal organs and smoked into meat jerky to be used as food supplies. After a day of rest, the army from another plain departed from the logging town and charged towards the nearby Jamek the Hunchback. Because the Twin Peak nobles who were in charge of this place had been eliminated, and they had the ballistas to knock on the gate, they attacked and destroyed several cities in the next few days. Of course, with the military strength of more than 1,000 members of the Dragonborn clan, it was impossible for Brock to divide his forces to take over the management of the Jamek. In fact, when he attacked these hunchback settlements, he mostly forced them to surrender and renounced their belief in the hunchback god. Every time they conquered a Jamek, the first thing the desert kobolds did was to destroy the totem that was used to worship the camel god. They also used their lives to threaten every camel to voluntarily abandon the king of Twin Peaks. This also caused strong resistance from the hunchback people, but they were all suppressed by the warriors of the Dragon Clan using force and bloody means. It was never easy to change social customs. As for the follow-up, Keyes had a backup plan, so Brock did not need to worry about it. He only needed to stab the heart of the Hunchback Empire, like what Hannibal did to Rome, and his task would be considered complete. A fist with chain mail banged on the door, and nails flew out from the door. The hunchbacked attendants pushed each other to open the door and respectfully retreated to the sides to make way for the newcomers. Their arrival brought a gust of cold night wind and blew out a few candles made of crack-hoofed bull fat. The flames of the torches on the wall also swayed, and it looked a little scary. At this time, in the palace, there was an endless stream of attendants running in and out like an anthill that had been overturned by wasps. The roar of the hunchback emperor came from the depths of the hall. Just like a child who messed up, the hunchback priest who walked at the front tilted his head and said to the two companions behind him, "Our Lord Officiant has always been like this, communicating by roaring." Hearing the news from the attendant beside his ear, the hunchback emperor stopped insulting the Twin Peaks nobles present. He cast his gaze into the distance, and three vague figures walked in from the dim door, passed through the many big shots who were prostrating on the ground, and came to him. As the officiant of the Twin Peaks temple and the ruler of the empire's mortals, the hunchback emperor naturally recognized the three priests who served the Twin Peaks king. But why did they come at this time? Moreover, their clothes looked very different from before. Lord Officiant, the leader, who was also the oldest priest among the three, greeted first. As he bowed with his hand on his chest, the chainmail on his body clashed with the black armor, making a clang, clang, clang sound. "The great Twin Peaks king asked me to greet you." The hunchback emperor's eyes first turned cold, and then he immediately controlled his expression. "To the great Twin Peaks king, the protector of the hunchback empire, and my ancestor," he deliberately emphasized the innate nobility of his bloodline. "Silent cultivators, why are you not serving in the Tower of the Hunchback God, but here at this time?" The so-called silent cultivator was actually a kind of hunchback god priest. Unlike other priests, they did not shoulder the responsibility of going deep into the secular world to spread their faith, and they would not use the priest's divine spells to serve the Twin Peaks nobles everywhere. They only had one job, and that was to stay in the Twin Peaks temple and serve the Twin Peaks king devoutly. The silent cultivators were all fanatics of the hunchback god, and there were only about 10 of them in the entire hunchback empire. The hunchback god sent us here to help the officiant win the war. It was still the old priest who answered the hunchback emperor's question. Also, from now on, there is no longer the title of silent cultivator. The great hunchback god has changed our profession to war priest. The Twin Peaks had planned to get involved in the war field for many years. And finally, there was a result. The enthusiastic young blue dragon contributed greatly. The desert elves led the army of the Dragonborn clan and fought in various parts of the Hunchback Empire for days, which really stimulated the believers of the Hunchback God and made them have a need to find a way to deal with the war. The Hunchback God was a product of the worship of the ancestral spirits and did not have a divinity, so his plasticity was very strong. And Brock's act of destroying his totem statue and ordering his believers to cut off their faith by insulting him while weakening his power once again strengthened his plasticity. It was not surprising that the war priest could be born. However, his power was damaged, and it was a fact that was already set in stone, and this was also the result that Keyes wanted. There was a certain contractual relationship between the believers and the gods. The mortals gave their faith, and the gods protected the mortals. For the Twin Peaks king, a primitive god who did not have the ability to create a god kingdom and accumulate petitioners after the mortals died, they would still contribute part of their souls. As a rule that maintained the stability of the multiverse, this contract between the gods and mortals had always been a fair exchange of equal value. The weaker gods received more preferential treatment, so naturally they had to pay more. For the hunchback god, after achieving the priesthood of the war field, he had no other choice. If he could not obtain benefits for the hunchbacks and defeat the army of the Dragonborn clan on the battlefield, death was the only result he could get. Chapter 240. After drinking the yellow soup, his anger began to rise again. And the target of the Hunchback Emperor's anger was the war priests who were arrogantly arranging various affairs in the camp, making themselves look like puppets. After they met the emperor with the Hunchback God's edict, the entire Hunchback Empire was mobilized. All the Twin Peak nobles sent out their most elite private soldiers and gathered around their Caesar, forming a powerful army. There was only one meaning for the existence of this army, and that was to find the Dragonborn clan warriors led by Brock who were attacking cities in the Empire and force them to fight a decisive battle, completely eliminating this military armed group that was roaming and committing crimes in the Empire. No matter if it was based on the ratio of the standing troops in the army or the loyalty of the Twin Peak nobles, the command of this army should belong to the Hunchback Emperor. But due to the intervention of the Hunchback God, even the Emperor could not go against the will of the Twin Peak King. The ones who were truly in charge of the largest army in the history of the Hunchback Empire were the newly converted war priests. They can't even perform basic healing. He threw the golden wine cup to the corner of the camp, letting it hit a steel armor and dented a corner. He complained to the attendant beside him, but the latter did not dare to answer. Instead, he showed an expression of, "Please be careful with your words," but it was of no use. Suddenly they say they can play with swords and guns and lead troops to war. What kind of priests are they? What kind of battle have they seen? Resentment that seemed to have materialized gushed out from his words. Suddenly, the elemental shaman who had been staying in the shadows of the camp walked out and signaled to the Hunchback Emperor. Only then did he stop his complaints. Not long after, the curtain of the camp was lifted, and a war priest walked in. After carelessly bowing, he said, "Caesar, all the preparations have been completed. If nothing unexpected happens, we will be able to take care of those monsters tonight." The Hunchback Emperor was a little surprised that this war priest did not call him officiant, but instead called him Caesar, which the Twin Peak nobles often called him. But he did not show it in the end, only giving a perfunctory, understood, and ending the conversation. In the eyes of the emperor, the army of the Dragon clan was just a monster that had conquered a few Jamek. He did not think that the other party had the ability to overthrow the rule of the Camel Empire. Therefore, the war priest's action of commanding the Camel army with the edict of the Twin Peak King was to use a war that could be said to be a sure win to fight for prestige among the ordinary camels and even usurp the power in his hands. The former warlord named Gearson was like that, and now these war priests were like that. However, due to the Twin Peak King's orders, he couldn't do anything about it. This made the Hunchback Emperor extremely angry, and his expression kept changing. However, even if he had control over an empire, his vision could not be compared to that of a god. Although the Hunchback God's ability was limited, and he was still unable to detect the intentions of the Dragon Clan's army, he could guess that their intentions were not as simple as just occupying a few Jamek and the blasphemous behavior that they forcibly promoted was even more poisonous to him. Therefore, after gaining some superficial knowledge of the authority of war, he immediately forcibly changed his profession from a priest to a war priest. At the same time, he began to use his divine power to simulate divine spells, a spell that could be used to ask questions of an unknown existence, which could be used to obtain information, forcibly analyzing the weaknesses of the Dragon Clan's army in order to win the battle and eliminate any hidden dangers. Due to the asymmetry of information, the questions that the Hunchback God could ask were very limited, so the answers he received were mostly vague and specious. However, through the hard currency of paying divine power, he was still able to ask more questions than the average spellcaster. After hundreds of attempts, he finally obtained the information that the other party is afraid of the cold and is not good at night battles. In fact, the situation was indeed so. The warriors of the Dragon Clan were composed of desert kobolds and a small number of battle lizard men. Although they had a certain blood relationship with the Megalosaurus was a warm-blooded creature, and they were all cold-blooded creatures. In the cold night, their mobility would be greatly reduced. Although the desert kobolds were actually a branch of the kobolds, in order to cope with the temperature difference between day and night in the desert, they had evolved a special body mechanism that absorbed and stored heat during the day and released it at night, thus warming up their blood. However, due to the racial template, the flaw could not be completely compensated for. As for the battle lizardmen, their resistance to the cold was even weaker than that of the desert kobolds. If the temperature was too low, not only would their bodily functions decline, but they might also directly fall into a stiff state similar to hibernation. These problems had never been shown before. First, it was because every warrior of the Dragon Clan was equipped with the fanatic armor, which could offset part of the physical decline brought about by the lowering of the temperature at night. Second, it was because compared to the temperature difference between day and night in the desert of Medici in the Ashen world, the Camel Empire in the island world was much milder. It had to be admitted that the Hunchback God had indeed used the clergy ability of the Bloodshed Land to find an opportunity for his believers to defeat the enemy and win. The war priests who were inspired by the Hunchback God received this important message at the first moment. In response to the Dragon Clan's offensive characteristics of avoiding the enemy's main force and attacking their weak points, these war priests and the two-peak nobles who governed the various Jamek decided after repeated communication. They would transfer some of the defensive forces in the interior of Jamek, where the terrain was flat and easy to attack but difficult to defend, and supplement the nearby Jamek, which had obvious terrain advantages, to make it look like a hard bone to chew. They would artificially construct a path that was suitable for the enemy's attack, induce them to continue to attack, and make the enemy tired from continuous battles. Then, they would set up an ambush on their path of advance, and the main force would find a suitable night to launch an attack. In the beginning, Brock led the desert kobolds into the trap step by step, just as the camel men had expected. But who would have thought that at the last moment, the enemy seemed to have become suspicious and stopped after conquering and occupying a part of Jamek. Just like what they had done in the logging town in the beginning, they enslaved the local camel men, cut wood for fences, and carried earth to build a city. After the defensive fortifications were completed, they once again drove out the camel men who lived there, leaving only the Dragon Clan to guard this Jamek. However, since this was Jamek that was carefully selected by the war priests in the first place, even if the walls were reinforced and the bastions were repaired, the defensive side's advantage was still negligible compared to the offensive side. After sending out a small force to lure the enemy out of the city to fight, but to no avail, the Camel Men army finally made up their minds. They mobilized almost the entire army and surrounded this Jamek in one fell swoop. Facing the city walls, the catapults lined up in a row and threw polished round stones into the city. This continued for an entire day. All the warriors of the Dragon Clan were suppressed to the point that they could not move. They could only hide in the cat's ear holes that had been built to hide. Under the bombardment of the stone cannons, some of the city walls began to crack and collapse. Brock had no choice but to order some desert kobolds to carry burlap sacks filled with soil and plug the gaps bit by bit in order to repair the city walls. This also caused the Dragon Clan's army to suffer casualties for the first time. Several desert kobolds who were responsible for filling in the soil were directly hit by the round stones. Even if they were wearing the fanatic armor, they could not avoid death. During this period, the ballistae set up on the city walls also fired a few times at the camelmen's position, destroying one or two catapults. But immediately, more stone cannons aimed at the ballistae and smashed over. The desert kobolds who were operating the ballistae could only cover their heads and flee again, looking for a place to hide. When night fell, perhaps because all the polished round stones had been consumed, the catapults temporarily stopped firing. But the camelmen's attack did not stop. Dozens of elemental shamans walked to the front of the formation and summoned the elements at the same time. In order to cooperate with them to cast spells, more camel priests stood behind these elemental shamans and constantly cast buffs on them. For a time, the wind whistled and the rain poured down. The bonfires lit by the desert kobolds on the city walls were blown out and extinguished. Following the storm was snowflakes mixed with hailstones. Under the concerted efforts of several elemental shamans, the bone-chilling cold appeared in the Camel Empire for the first time. Because they received the news in advance, the Camelmen army provided each warrior with rainproof raincoats and cloaks to keep warm. But even so, there were still many camelmen who were so cold that their teeth chattered and they shivered incessantly. Some camelmen who went to Thick Sturdy Island even suspected that the spellcasters had used some great power to move this battlefield to the extreme north. Compared to them, the defenders of the Dragonborn clan in Jamek were even worse off. Most of the desert kobolds became weak, and some of the battle lizardmen even directly triggered their bodies' hibernation function, falling asleep on the spot. They had no choice but to build waterproof huts under the city walls and light a fire for warmth inside. Every once in a while, some desert kobolds and battle lizardmen would be sent into the huts to defrost. Only by repeating this cycle could people on the city walls still be able to pick up weapons. Not only that, the sudden drop in temperature also exposed a major flaw of the fanatic armor. Even the young blue dragon and the half-lich Snade, the inventor, did not think of it before. In a low-temperature environment, the nutrient liquid inside the flesh of the fanatic armor would condense. In a situation where the energy supply failed, this biological tissue could not even provide the strength of a tiger and would also shrink and harden. At this time, wearing it could only be described as being trapped in a cocoon. And at this time, the Camelmen army launched a general attack. Brandish the spear, meet the enemy with the giant shield, run with me to victory. The war priests walked into formation and raised the double-headed hammer that they had just become familiar with. Through the divine spell magnificent voice, their voices could be heard by all the Camelmen soldiers. For the honor of the King of Twin Peaks, the response came one after another, and some of the vanguard soldiers with the seal of divine grace flag on their spears also began to pray silently. The flag handed by the priests emitted light in the dark night, dispelling the tension and coldness in the hearts of the nearby allies. Everything about this war was tilting in the Camelmen's favor. Chapter 2:41. Boiling Oil Spell. Under the guidance of the war priests, a torrential downpour of boiling oil fell near the city gate. A circular area with a diameter of about 20 feet was completely covered by the boiling oil. None of the desert kobolds were hit by the oil. Only a few unlucky ones were slightly scalded by the sputtering oil. As the boiling oil spell was a divine spell, the summoned oil could not be ignited. That was why the camel priests did not summon flames to burn down the gate of Jamek. They used another method to knock on the gate. Galloping rock. A few war priests cast a spell together. Several rocks that weighed about 50 pounds were thrown in the direction that Shunji and the others were pointing at. It was as if they were being launched by a catapult towards the gate that was secured by the defending army. Clang, clang, clang. After a few muffled sounds, the gate of Jamek was finally pierced through by a galloping rock. What followed was a few similar sounds of wood breaking. Some of the Dragonborn clan warriors nearby worked together to lift up logs and place them behind the gate as support. If there were a few more galloping rocks, or if the camel people charged in with their axes, they would not be able to hold on for long. However, it was better than doing nothing. What happened after that was not much different from what the war priests had expected. The camel warriors who were inspired by the divine spell of war were like bulls in heat. They slammed into the gate of the camp. Spears, axes, and even punches and kicks were thrown. In a short while, the reinforced copper gate was pushed down by the camel people. The first to break into this Jamek was a group of double-humped camel people, heavily armored warriors. They were covered in bronze armor from head to toe. They were in groups of 3, and a number of small triangular formations formed a large wedge formation. They quickly rushed into the city. Following behind the heavily armored warriors was a group of single-humped camel people in light armor. Most of them were only wearing leather armor. They held short spears and round shields covered in leather. After breaking through the gate, they went up the stairs to eliminate the guards on the city wall. Regardless of whether they were heavy armor warriors or light armor warriors, the armor on the hunchbacked people's bodies consciously strengthened the defense of their lower body. They were originally used to being barefoot, but now they were wearing armor strung together with copper plates. Their ankles, knees, and crotch areas were also equipped with special armor. By summarizing the information of the previous battle with the Dragonborn clan, the war priests of the camel people summed up many targeted strategies. In addition to their physiological weakness to the cold, they also made corresponding preparations to deal with close combat. It could be said that the war priests had sufficient confidence in winning this battle. At the same time, they also had a certain level of expectation for the enemy's counterattack. However, when they actually attacked Jamek, they found that the resistance they encountered was significantly different from what they had expected. It could even be said that the desert kobolds and battle lizardmen did not even put up any resistance before they were defeated in a single blow. When the hunchbacked people rushed forward, they began to retreat. They rarely faced the enemy head-on. Only the unlucky ones who were alone would have the courage to fight the camel warriors to the end. Priest, a double-peak aristocrat in heavy armor, lifted his face guard and ran to the side of the hunchbacked war priest, who was frowning in thought. Panting heavily, he said, "Those monsters dug a hole in the ground. We crashed into a house and just happened to see they were retreating." After listening to the double-peak aristocrat's report, the war priest immediately understood. He immediately used the battlefield messaging spell to send this message to the other commanders of the hunchbacked army. "Hurry up and have the shamans explore," a meticulous war priest immediately replied. "Find the elemental shamans closest to you and split up to find the direction of the tunnel. If necessary, directly destroy those tunnels. Don't let those monsters go." Not to mention the exasperated hunchbacks, the warriors of the Dragonborn clan who had escaped from the tunnel had now gathered around their commander. "Your spell," Brock raised his head and asked. The air was filled with the smell of filth and blood, which made the desert elf who boasted of having a strong will feel frightened. "It's best to hurry up. Those hunchbacked war priests have probably seen some clues." Sneyd lifted the hood of his robe, opened his mouth full of steel teeth, and spat out a mouthful of hot steam. He then interrupted the desert elf's words with a resolute and decisive tone. "I can guarantee that they can't do anything about it." Before his voice died away, the summoning circle that the steampunk half-lich operated independently changed. More than 100 ferocious hunchbacks that the Dragonborn clan had captured along the way were firmly tied to standing logs and placed at the altar position in the summoning circle as sacrifices. Thick green mist gushed out from the altar, which combined with the technology similar to the corruption magic commonly used by the mages in the Ashen world. The hunchback sinners who were shrouded could not make a single sound before they turned into shriveled corpses, one after another. The logs used to tie the hunchbacks, under the activation of the magic circle, seemed to come alive and took the initiative to take them deep into the ground. As enough life energy had been extracted, the logs sank very powerfully, and the shriveled corpses were crushed one after another. The souls of the sinners were not wasted either. Red like lightning leaped between the logs that had drilled into the ground, crushing the souls of each sinner that had just dissipated, causing the fragments to gradually decompose and nourish the earth and stones in the magic circle. In the magic circle, the ground that was originally hard had turned into a swamp at this moment. The sound of bones and rocks rubbing against each other could be heard from it. Finally, the flashing runes on the ground suddenly all dimmed. After a loud rumble, a huge crack was torn open in the ground, and a stronger smell of filth than before came out. Then a pair of hands, a head, and a whole body crawled out of the crack. When the bones of the sinners pollute the earth, the rocks and soil reshape their bodies, and hatred and resentment make them transform into one, and then it becomes. Looking at his creation with satisfaction, the half-lich's voice turned into an aria. Earth Corpse. Being called by the name, the Earth Corpse immediately bent down to look at its creator. Because of the addition, the size of the Earth Corpse was far beyond its peers, and even the storm giant could not compare to it. Endless soil and earth elements turned into its bones and muscles, just like a disaster born from the earth itself. It roared, as if it wanted to resist, and there was a certain commotion among the warriors of the dragon clan nearby. However, Sneyd picked up a rune from the magic array and immediately gave up on the idea. "Your target is there," the half-lich stated in a monotonous voice. "Your former compatriots are there." The word compatriots stimulated the undead that was transformed from a hunchback sinner. The earth corpse strode and ran. As it passed, the earth produced ripples and caused unnatural vibrations. Just a little bit of the impact, and some desert kobolds were shaken to the ground. Chapter 242. What the hell is that? The moment they saw the Earth Corpse, all the camel people felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts. It was as tall as dozens of people, basically made up of yellow bones, brown soil, gray rocks, and a few pieces of rotten flesh. The smell of decay and death in the breeze was nauseating, making people feel a burning sensation in their throat and their stomachs churning. The battlefield was full of people who thirsted for violence and destruction, and the thrill of fear, anger, and bloodthirst was born. A few elemental shamans had enough rest. The spell to change the weather was tiring, but they still wanted to destroy the terrible and wrong existence in front of them as soon as possible. The dead thing that was waving its tree-trunk-sized fist was itself a blasphemy to nature. The most violent and deadly elements, such as fire and lightning, were first summoned to attack the Earth Corpse. However, the latter was not stupid. The soul of a camel sinner gave it a very cunning character. Relying on its agility that did not match its body size, the corpse of the earth jumped up with all its might and landed behind a piece of basalt, using the rock as its shield. The elemental shaman's attacks fell on the basalt, making stone chips rustle, but the real target did not suffer much damage. The huge undead touched the rock in front of it, and then the stone sculpting spell was activated, and its body gradually merged into the rock. With a rumble, the rock that was attached to the earth corpse rolled up and rushed straight to the camel army's formation. Many soldiers were still in Jah-Mahal and had not had time to withdraw, and only the camel emperor stayed behind to guard. The super-large rock ball rushed to them with unstoppable force, crushing everything in its way: trees, deer, firewood, and the emperor's guards who overestimated themselves. How dare you? Faced with the incoming crisis, the hunchback emperor immediately chose to avoid it. However, after he was escorted to a high ground by the Twin Peak nobles and their servants, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw the miserable state of the camp. Grabbing a spear from the guard beside him, the camel emperor aimed at the rock ball, where the earth corpse was hiding, twisted his waist and bent his knees, and threw the spear. As the officiant of the Double Peak Temple, although he did not show it often, he was actually a high-level priest of the camel god. In addition to the fact that he was a direct descendant of the camel god, the divine power that he could mobilize actually far surpassed that of ordinary camel god priests. The flying spear tore through the air, and the huge rock ball was unavoidable. Divine power lingered on the spear, and after coming into contact with the dark aura emitted by the corpse on the ground, a violent explosion occurred. Starting from the point where the spear was nailed, the cracks instantly spread all over the rock ball. A cracking sound suddenly sounded, and the earth corpse staggered out of the rock that it was attached to and issued a threatening roar in the direction of the person who gave it a heavy blow. This skeleton monster must be the backup plan of the previous monsters. Since they did not know the name of the corpse on the ground, the camel priests simply named it Skeleton Monster. At the same time, they were actively looking for a way to deal with it. The divine power seems to be very harmful to it. What happened next was a classic example of an instant slap in the face. The earth corpse that was forced to fall out of the rock ball stretched out its bony claws, and the stone sculpting spell was activated again. The scattered rock fragments on the ground were like magnets, attracting together to form a giant basalt rod. The earth corpse picked up the giant rod, waved its hand, and swept away a group of camel warriors that were surrounding it. Then it struck again. Within a few breaths, at least a dozen camel warriors were knocked down. A few unfortunate ones died on the spot, and most of them were injured. For ordinary undead creatures, the priests were indeed their nemesis, and the divine power was a kind of poison that could penetrate their intestines. But the earth corpse was different, because its body and soul were protected by the tainted earth element. Even if it was baptized by the divine power, it could still hold on for a while. Unless these priests could mobilize the holy power of virtue like sacred Samurai Johnson, they could defeat the evil of the earth corpse in one fell swoop. But the camel priests obviously did not have that ability. After all, the god they worshipped was not good at it. The matter of the earth should still be handed over to the earth to solve. Seeing that the earth's corpses began to wreak havoc, an old elemental shaman walked out from the shadow behind the camel emperor and said with a frosty voice, "Caesar, wait a moment." "Master." The camel emperor bowed his head and was extremely respectful. "Thank you for your help. I will personally bless you." The blessing here was not an ordinary word of courtesy. It was a kind of divine power that the priests used to bless themselves or others by praying to the gods. For the mages, the blessing could increase the success rate of casting spells and enhance the casting focus. For the warriors, the blessing could make their attacks more accurate and their defense more comprehensive. In short, it was a divine power that could improve the luck attribute of the recipient. Moreover, any divine power that involved fate and luck would consume more divine power of the priests. Even though the Camel Emperor was a descendant of the gods, he had to pray for about 10 days after casting the blessing for others. At the same time, he had to adhere to fasting and bathing. Most of the time, he was even unwilling to continue to cast the blessing for himself. But at this time, he was willing to condescend for an elemental shaman. It showed how much respect this old camel had. "Thank you for your kindness," the camel shaman said in a reserved manner, and at the same time, he began to summon the elements. As one of the few remaining shaman masters in the empire, this old camel man had always served as the consecrator of the Double Peak Temple. His true strength was not inferior to that of the first elemental shaman of the camel men, the warlord Girsan. Even in some areas of the shaman's way, the summoning of the earth element, he had explored much more than Girsan. And it was precisely because of this that the old camel was respectfully called Wrath of the Earth by other shamans. Wrath of the Earth slowly took 2 steps forward. He suddenly raised his hands above his head and began to chant loudly. The transition between stillness and movement showed the situation of the earth from calmness to restlessness. And this situation made any onlookers feel a throbbing from the bottom of their hearts. The corpse of the earth, who was waving a giant basalt club to attack the camel army, felt it the most deeply. Its eyes were fixed on the highland, but it did not make any unnecessary sounds, such as roaring. Instead, it rushed over with its long legs. The old hunchback, who was reciting the shaman's incantation, gave him a very bad feeling. The earth element that he could control, like it was his own arm, seemed to be intercepted by some existence that had a stronger affinity with him, and was forcibly separated from him. This elemental shaman is a bit strong. Standing on a nearby high hill, the Demolik felt the elemental fluctuations caused by the casting of the wrath of the earth. His head directly turned 180 degrees and said to Brock, "You have to help that corpse of the earth." A few desert kobolds who stood closer were startled by Snade's head turn. Brock, on the other hand, had no time to pay attention to the trick of the steampunk Demolik. He was using the unique method of the speech sorcerer to feel the vibration from the earth. "I'm afraid it's not enough to rely on these warriors of the Dragonborn clan." Before his voice died away, the ground trembled. His Excellency Pasha said that when you come this time, you will have a final weapon in your hand. "I'm afraid the corpse of the earth is not worthy of the title of final weapon." As Brock said, the corpse of the earth was indeed just a cover. The purpose of its creation was to let the camel priest desperately consume a wave of divine spells, thereby weakening the camel god that the camel priest worshipped. "Well, I can't lie to you." The steampunk Demolik shrugged like a human and took out 2 boxes from the space equipment. "These are the antidotes made by Mr. Paru. Divide it among the warriors, and each of them will take a small packet. Antidotes." Brock immediately thought of something. On the battlefield in the distance, the corpse of the earth, which had been weakened by the loss of the earth element, knelt down. Several giant earth elemental puppets, summoned by the camel shaman's Wrath of the Earth, surrounded it and beat the undead creature that had desecrated nature. Holding the totem staff in one hand and maintaining the focus of casting, the old camel took a deep breath. A few apprentices who were quite observant hurried forward and helped him stand up. "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." Sui Xiong turned his head and said to the hunchback emperor, who had blessed him. Even with the blessing of the divine spell, Releasing several large-scale shaman spells in succession still put a certain burden on his aging body. Wait for a while. Let the warriors collect the monster's fragments and burn them together to prevent future troubles. Master, please rest assured. The Camel Emperor immediately expressed his understanding. At the same time, he asked his attendants to quickly inform all the war priests to mobilize manpower and ordered others to hurry up and prepare the ignition materials for the burning. At this time, a terrible crash was heard, and everyone felt that their internal organs had been shocked. When they looked carefully, it turned out that the giant earth elemental puppet had smashed the skeleton monster's pelvis, causing its upper body to be separated from its lower body. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The terrible monster was now lying on the ground, waving its two arms around, trying to use its fingers to hook the giant basalt club to fight back. However, its fingers were severely fractured, and its ligaments had been damaged. The giant earth elemental puppet's beating continued, and the corpse of the earth was pressed against the ground and rubbed against it. First, its two arms were torn off at the elbow, then a large area of the bones in the torso collapsed and peeled off. Finally, its skull was also smashed into powder by a powerful hammer. Not long ago, the monster was still killing everywhere. Now, only piles of rocks, huge broken bones, and ashes were left on the ground. The lifeless, smoking ligaments were still wrapped around it, and the ashes were floating with the wind. After finishing the work, the giant earth elemental puppet bowed to the summoner and returned to the elemental plane. The camel warriors gathered and stared at the devastation on the ground and carefully searched. The order they received was, do not leave a piece of broken bones on the ground. In order to complete this task, the elemental shamans who were originally going to search for the traces of the Dragonborn clan also withdrew to assist the warriors and burned the pieces of the Earth's corpse on the spot. Unfortunately, Snader, who was watching the scene from a distance, said again, after being contaminated, it can't be used as a casting material. He was referring to the camel people gathered together. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.